Now you might pray to God, y'all, but I like Lucifer best of all. Don't keep changing, waiting. Don't keep changing, waiting. Sunday school is a place for fools. It's hot in hell, but the devil's cool. Don't keep changing, waiting. Don't keep changing, waiting. So don't just sit there, join the club. Sell your soul to Beelzebub.
Hey everybody, it's Count Jackula once again, and there's now a puppy in the room. Oh geez. Hey! Hey! Oh, you little guy. I believe this puppy's name is Moshio. Come here. Moshi. Moshi. Hey. You're not. No, it's okay. I just don't want him on. I don't mind if he comes in the room. I just don't want him on the bed because that's where the cat sits.
We'll fix this thing up.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was a little. Yeah, hang on a minute, everybody. All right, sorry about that. Like invading dogs, so we had to make sure dog was fine. You know, puppy. I know, cute animal. I did not get a dog. The neighbor, the people we share the building with, have a dog. Little puppy. You know, it's apparently gonna stay small, which is good. You know, because I like big dogs, but like there's so much. When they get big, there's so much dog. you know, you're sitting there like, it's not like the dog is like, "Hey, I want laps." It's not like, you know, like you're being love tackled. You know. Hey Barry, how you doing? I Perry, I don't know if we've seen you around before. PSI, same thing. Uh, hey to Gordon. Hey to Johnny. Hey to Horror Guru and Jay Tilton, obviously. Oh man, I should probably get the frickin' social media stuff out there. Something I forgot to do before I hit start stream. Oh, Peggy is town eccentric. Gotcha. Hey, JT Dangerous says I like big dogs. I cannot lie. Oh God. Yeah, you're not a lap dog. You're 50 pounds. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, my favorite dog is and probably will remain the husky though. I love huskies, but like huskies are big, and I live in a small apartment in a city. Like they need space. Hey, Zevon. Zevon says I have two pit bull mixes. They're very much the muchness. Oh, yeah. Pit bulls are huge. You know? Very big dogs. You know, very, very. If you raise them right, like they will always think they are lap dogs. Those pit bulls. You know, very nice, very friendly. You know, but they never quite get. No, you're huge now. You can't. Ah. You know, yeah, huskies are gorgeous. I love huskies. Perry, aka Town Eccentric, says I want a big fluffy sheepdog. They look like Muppets. They do. They do. Hey, R. Williamson, how you doing? Oh man, I'm feeling okay. Like I'm feeling a bit better. You know, I was a little down for a couple of days, but now things are better. You know, it's just one of them things. You know, the unfortunate reality of like clinical depression. I can't. It. What's also like it's also like so like Let's talk about comorbidity for a moment. I have both depression and ADHD. Like, so those two things can become a negative feedback loop, And so I've been dealing with that. And at that point, like, it really is a matter of medication because you're just stuck in this emotional nosedive, and everything just becomes about like psychological pain management at that point. Sucks. And if you got it, my heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you because, like, oh, I know too well what that's like. It's rough. Let's see. Oh, William said you can call me Andy over chat if you prefer. Sure, Andy, you got it. Starts playing just one of those days, Schizoaffective, manic depressive. Ooh. Ooh, I got a buddy, an artist buddy, who's got a combo like that. Funny enough, the thing that helped him the most was weed. weed helped him manage it the most because his biggest like deal was reacting to the shit he was experiencing. Whereas for some reason, in his minds, it's like, yeah, when I'm on weed, my head's quiet. And the things that he does see, he now like knows ain't there. Because he's not like immediately reacting to it. Let's see. Town Eccentric says like depression, ADHD, gender dysphoria, PTSD, mental health petri dish. Yeah. Well, like, man, gender dysphoria that'll give you depression and PTSD for sure. That comes with a host of stuff depending on the environment. And let's be honest, the environment for people with gender dysphoria is not awesome. It's pretty bad. Let's see. Town Eccentric also says how weed helped me process the trauma better than anything I've ever taken. Yeah, for me, it was ecstasy. It was ecstasy for me. But that was as much about environment, the environment I was taking it in, because that tends to work best when you've got a lot of people when you got other people on X around you, because everyone's in that loving, lovey-dovey state, Just False says he rediscovered the awesomeness of the Prince Batman. Now, fuck yeah. Bat dance? Hell yeah. Bat dance. Do 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 do. Wasn't X originally a med for anxiety? I think it was. I think it fucking was. Well, yeah, Johnny, like in the Bat Dance video, a lot of the Bat Dance girls are doing the Batusi, during segments of it, Party man. Yeah. Fuck yeah, party man. Hell yeah. Party man. White and black. Red and green. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that Prince album is great. You're sort of like, yeah, it's only vaguely has anything to do with fucking Batman, Batman, but who give a fuck? It's Prince, Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. Prince's bass lines have always been amazing. They were always amazing. There's a reason he was Prince, man. He called himself Prince, and everyone just went with it because of the music, Not this one, Bob. I kind of like it. Yeah. Yeah, I forget. Actually, was that the Francis Bacon painting, or was that Hieronymus Bosch? It was one of them. It's been a while since I fucking saw the movie. I just remember that it was either Francis Bacon or Hieronymus Bosch. Oh, dude. Look, I'll tell you what villain David Bowie should have played. I mean, he'd been okay as the Joker, but he should have been Music Meister. Because you gotta have like song and dance routines. I tell you what, I think that if Batman and Robin had used Music Meister as opposed to one of the others, and I've got to be honest, I think Poison Ivy was not a good choice. I think it should have been Mr. Freeze and Music Meister. Like just make it full blown gay musical. It would not have done any better at the box office, but it would be a cult classic now. You know, they we could have still had the like they call me Snow Miser bit, which is my favorite scene in the movie. It's my favorite bit in the movie. He's Mr. White Christmas. He's Mr. Snow. Come on, sing it. Yeah. I'm like, this is the best part in the worst movie. You know, that would have been just going the whole stupid. Going the whole stupid and then I would have been able to look at it and go like, you know what? You know what? Fucking. Oh, hey, Razorfine, how you doing? Oh, thanks for the donation. Thanks for the $5. Let's get a hail Satan for Razorfine. Hail Satan, hail Satan, hail Satan. You know, but just to finish up what I was saying, you know, I would have been able to look at Joel Schumacher and be like, all right, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. May not be the best Batman movie, but it feels like it feels like a Joel Schumacher flick. Because he's actually not a bad director. He's actually a really good director. He just happened to make. You know, what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Yeah, like I would have been, like I said, wouldn't have saved the box office, but it would have made it a real cult classic if it had been Music Meister rather than fucking. It should be David Bowie's Music Meister, you know. And then everyone would have been like, "What the fuck movie is this?" But I would have been sitting there like, "Yeah." Y'all just don't get it, you know? Oh, yeah. Like, he should have just gone full-blown gay with it. Like, fuck subtext. You know, I always thought, they should have made one of the Robins gay. I'm like, Batman's he's not entirely asexual, but like, he's clearly got a thing for Catwoman, so he can't be totally gay, but Robin, one of them, you know, maybe not, you know, you can make one of them fucking gay. You know, like maybe Tim Drake or yeah, actually any of them, it would work. No, Batman, Robin are gay icons. Like, no lie. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. One of the Robins is bi. Nightwing should have been gay or Tim Drake. Yeah, I kind of agree. I agree. You know, Tim Drake is bi. Ah, okay, cool. Excellent. Good. Good, they did that. See, I had a good idea, you know? I was right yet again. Man, oh man, speaking of fucking superhero shit, been watching that X-Men 97. That's been good. And I'm fucking watching it going, "Oh, I know where we're going with this. I know where we're going with all of this." You know, why? Because we have entered the era where where they're pulling from stories from when I started reading X-Men back in the 90s. Back in the late 80s, early 90s. Like that's where the cartoon is right now. You know, late 80s, early 90s when I started reading them. So I'm like, "Oh, that's Madeline Pryor. Oh, I know all this." Because I jumped on like right after Days of Future Past. Like I had to go back a little bit to read Days of Future Past. Had to get those back issues, you know, so I could read the whole goddamn thing. Oh, where are they headed? Ooh, okay. First of all, don't worry. Storm will get her powers back. Of course. Of course. But the minute they gave her the mohawk, I was like, oh, I know what we're doing. She's going to go through a few costume changes because there is no way. I am going to be so disappointed if the cartoon does not put her in the sleeveless fucking leather jacket outfit because that thing is badass. And then probably going to we're probably going to move right into the adversary. Unless we just go unless we do Inferno right out of the gate, which I don't know that they'll do. Like that one might need some more building up to. For example, like we have to introduce the demons first, before you can have the Inferno, and some shit got to go down with Madeline Pryor to make her the Goblin Queen, you know? But if they go long enough, they will do it. Like they're clearly going to do it because they're setting up all the major characters in that story arc. Obviously we're going to get a bit of the New Mutants because they introduced Sunspot. I like what they did with Sunspot too. Like he's trying to be one of the good ones, but like, nah, man, that don't work. And it was a clever character to do that with. Like he didn't do that much he didn't do that in the comic. He was just a daddy's boy. I also like the fact that he's coded queer. Sunspot, because he's the one character that you were like, I really feel like this guy's gay. And he's clearly bi since he's like interested in Jubilee, but in the cartoon, but like he's gonna hook up with a dude at some point. I almost guarantee it. No, we can't have build up to the Dark Phoenix because in the cartoon that already happened. They already did that. They already did the Dark Phoenix saga. In fact, I think that was like either the last or second to last story arc that the cartoon did before it was canceled. So they've already done that. We don't have to worry about them doing that again. Are we getting the West Coast Avengers? They might show up. There's no indication that they will, but just they've run into Marvel characters from other shit in that cartoon. Particularly any of them that have something to do with any of the mutant shit. Let's see. Like Carol Danvers showed up, because they've already resolved that. They've already resolved the Carol Danvers plot with Rogue, but they did that in the cartoon. I remember it. Yeah, like the cartoon will almost definitely do. Mr. Sinister's already been in the cartoon, so the idea that they'll bring him back is high, especially since you've got like little teasers of him in the intro. It's like what makes Mr. Like everyone forgets like what makes Mr. Sinister Mr. Sinister. That he is he's a eugenics guy. He takes other people's powers through eugenics. They nerfed Rogue's ass. Oh yeah. Well, like she loses a lot of powers once the Carol Danvers thing is resolved. Like she can't fly no more and shit like that, because that was Cap Marvel power. That was a power she got from Carol Danvers. You know, also her super strength also came from Carol Danvers. Yeah, Mr. Sinister is shorthand for eugenics. I mean, I think at one point he was literally in charge. He literally had a group called Odessa. You know, hey there, Brian. How you doing? Hey, Nex. But yeah. They're probably going to do like the arc with the adversary and then go into Inferno. Can Rogue keep her powers somewhat? Well, no, she always just has her memory and power absorption ability. That's like her thing. You know, that's always been Rogue's thing. So like in the comic when she when Carol Danvers like fucking got free of Rogue, like Rogue lost her super strength, she lost her flying ability because that's where it came from. Oh yeah, if you're a Summers, Mr. Sinister's gonna try to fuck your life up because he wants that. He believes that like two mutants coming together, he can make a super mutant. He can make super mutants. And not yes and no, because Cable's really powerful, but he's not really he doesn't have a very big superpower. He doesn't have a huge mutant power. Will Nightcrawler's origin reflect his recently retconned origin in '97? Well, I don't know if Nightcrawler is going to show up in this version or not, because they gave him a different origin in the cartoon, and he did not join the X-Men at the end of that story. You know, so they might reintroduce him, but there's no indication that they're going to. Yeah, what is like Cable's actual mutant power? I think he has like X-ray vision or something. You know, let me look it up. Like we all know he's like a cyborg, but like let's see. He has telepathic and telekinetic abilities and can disassemble objects or form defensive force shields. Like, is that his mutant power or? Yeah. He is. Yeah. Also, they're probably going to introduce the technotransmode virus. Yeah, the techno-organic virus. Hey, Kira. Hey, Super Anime Girl. Hey, Step 8. Yeah, they'll almost. I forget. Did they introduce Strife in the fucking cartoon? Like Strife was never my favorite villain. I always thought he was kind of stupid. Um, I always thought Strife was kind of dumb. I was like, eh. Yeah, like he's supposed to have Cable's supposed to have telekinetic abilities too, apparently, but I'm like, he never uses them. We never see him use them. My friends and I might be doing X-Men cosplay next year. Oh, cool. What character are you going to be playing, Super Anime Girl? Didn't they do the flanks? Don't I think so? I don't know. I don't know if they did that. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, as long as Wolverine stays Canadian. Oh yeah. He's very Canadian in the cartoon. Like they've never changed that. Step says like, turns out I have massive abandonment issues. Well, I yeah. Hey Catherine, how you doing? But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the show they did do the I think they did the brood. Um let's see, did they do the brood? Oh, nope, they did not. They did not. Yeah, they called them something else. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did some version of the brood, but they didn't call them the brood. Can I come off donate 20 bucks? Oh yeah, sure, Town Eccentric, if you really want. Yeah. Yeah, if you want, I can get that. We can set that up. Yeah, I think he was fighting. I think in the cartoon he was fighting Phalanx. He was fighting something. Hey Jack, do you think Mads Mikkelsen would make a great Doctor Doom? Oh, he would. Absolutely, he'd be my first pick, even though he already played like a Doctor Strange villain. But like whatever, he'd make a great Doctor Doom. Either that or Chris or not Chris Christopherson. Freaking crap. Christoph Waltz. Waltz. How's it? That's what I was thinking of. Christoph Waltz. You know, they just got to make Doctor Doom scary while still like doing weird shit with it. But doing like things that when you look at it are kind of goofy with him. Yeah, Christoph Waltz is fucking Doctor Doom. You know, it would still have to be one of those like, wait, he replaced everybody with clones? You know, like, you know, that kind of shit. You know, have him like, you know, shut up. Ah, yes, Avengers. You know, Nick Fury, how are you? Yeah, doesn't Trask become a demon at some point? Was it Trask or was it somebody else? Yeah, like one of the anti mutant guys became like a weird, like cyber demon. But I can't remember who that was. It was like, but it was like Trask or somebody. Hellfire Club. Marvel Comics. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, I didn't know Ironmonger was a member of the Hellfire Club at one point. Apparently. I remember Donald Pierce. He created the Reavers, but oh. Oh yeah, Dinklage would be Dinklage would be great. Let's see. Let's see. Now I'm looking up Genosha. Cameron Hodge. That's who it was. Cameron Hodge. I was like, I had to look it up. Oh, Cameron Hodge. That's right. He merged with the Phalanx. Oh boy. Okay, I am going to refill my coffee real quick. I'll be right back, and probably very soon after that, we'll be talking with Town Eccentric, aka Perry Ages. Hey, everybody. I'm back. Town Eccentric, a.k.a. Perry, what is your... Send me a direct message over Discord. So I could send you the link. I think I lost track of who you are on Discord. All right. All right, hang on a minute.
Okay, I think I'm in.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little. I'll have to adjust things in camera, but should be able to do that. What the hell's going on?
That's better.
It's
been a while since I've been on camera. I forgot it required lighting.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, geez, how you been?
Not bad, actually. I had some mental health issues due to personal life stuff at the beginning of the year, and now I'm like doing pretty good.
Oh,
It's
what
weird.
happened?
I don't really want to go into too much detail because
Oh, okay, you don't have to.
the person I had a conflict with is very online. So,
Oh,
but Yeah. But I had a little bit of a mental breakdown that put me in the psychiatric facility. But that was kind of the climax. And after the climax, it's like, okay, I think that was just building up. You know what I mean?
Ah, yeah. Yeah. You just kind of, it, it just happens, you know. I can, I know what that's like. I had someone that I knew from the stream actually, like, kind of enter my life, and just, it was not great.
Yeah.
You know, shit happens. You know.
Well, the funny thing about gaslighting is not only does it kind of drive you crazy, but it refocuses the issue to the point where a certain person had every right to be mad at me and I forgot about it. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
oh, geez. Oh, like you believe something that they said and got mad at someone who didn't deserve it, kind of thing.
Oh no, like the conflict in question, they were right to be pissed off at me. But when you gaslight someone, it turns the conflict into the topic and not the issue. And
Hmm.
the problem with gaslighting is it's not like people overuse that term, but gaslighting is every single conversation you have with the person.
Yeah,
Like it's a
yeah.
constant. It's like, oh wow, you screwed yourself. But it's unfortunate. But that's
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Oh, man. Speaking of, you ever find yourself like, so I'm in the what is known as the TTRPG space.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which I guess that's what we're calling it now. Like, to me, it's always been like, no, I'm a player and a developer. I guess that means, I guess everything's got a space now, you know. Um,
Yep, pretty much.
like, we're just
We used
calling
to
them
have
space.
message boards.
I know. Now we have spaces, and I'm like, the thing that's funny about the idea of these spaces is so much is public. I don't see how they can be spaces. Anyone can just look the fuck in and see what's going
Yeah.
on. You know, so there was apparently this one guy that everybody was talking about. I had never heard of him. And they were just all bitching about him on TikTok. There was like, oh, this guy's an asshole. He's no longer my friend. He's not welcome to the TTRPG space, blah, 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 blah. So I'm expecting like something bad. But TikTok being what it is, no one's giving straight answers because of the way TikTok is. If you flat out say something, everyone's afraid they're going to get banned. And so they have this roundabout way of talking about certain subjects,
Mhm.
not the least of which is sexual assault, rape,
Uh-oh. Which
I,
is unfortunate because TikTok is anymore where that conversation is happening.
yeah, yeah. And to make it even worse, because they do that, you can't tell how bad or how not bad something is legitimately, because you're like,
Right.
all right, so when you say sexual assault, what do you mean? You
Right.
know, because you're making this everyone else's problem. So I am
Right.
assuming it's really bad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm assuming there's a really good reason for it, like, otherwise, why would you be bothering? But as far as I could tell right now, it's one of those, oh, this guy's a cheating, lying manipulative asshole. And I'm
Right.
like, well, okay, that's a good enough reason not to deal with him. But you, I was thinking like he was like a rapist.
Right.
Is he, or is he a rapist, or isn't he? And I don't actually know. And I found myself going, yeah, this is the problem with TikTok. You
Yeah.
can't just come out and say it, and you need to, so that there's some clarity here. You know, because I feel like
Right.
everyone is fucking reacting as if he is a rapist, but is he? I don't know. You know, and
Yeah,
he
that
hasn't even been
sorry.
like accused of rape except by technicality, meaning, oh, it's rape if he has sex with you under false pretenses, even if you consent to it, you know?
Right.
And I'm like, well, in that context, yes, but like, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you told everybody else. I'm like, I'm not complaining. I'm confused because I'm not used to, I'm used to that just being, I'm used to that being like inside baseball. This guy's a shitty
Right.
boyfriend, as opposed to things that shouldn't be inside baseball, i.e., this guy's a rapist. Yo,
Right. Well, and that's the problem with phrases like sexual assault and sexual misconduct is it's a very wide spectrum,
yeah,
and there is a certain percentage of the population that will compare cheating to that, which I think is a
yes,
little black and white, but and
yeah.
it's like,
It's a little too black and white because, like, if you're a cheating asshole, I have to decide whether or not I still trust you to do business with. You know,
right, because I know you're manipulative.
yeah, because I know you're manipulative. I know you're gonna lie about this kind of shit, but do I need to blacklist you? You
Ask Zoe
know,
Quinn, it's
yeah,
like that was a bit much.
yeah,
Like I would have
yeah.
been mad at them too, but I don't think they deserved that,
Yeah, exactly. Well, to me, the Zoe Quinn thing was like that's the exact thing with the shoe being on the other gendered foot. You know, it's like I don't think I would have stopped doing business with Zoe Quinn for any of the things that she was accused of.
Right.
You know, I certainly wouldn't have dated her. You know, like I
Exactly.
certainly wouldn't
Like
have dated her, but if we were in business together, I'd have been like, look,
you didn't do it on company
just
ground, so
yeah, you didn't do it on my dime, so just don't bring it here. You know, don't bring that shit here. Leave that at home. You know,
totally.
leave that where you live. You know, this is where we're here to work. You know, and I probably would have put it that way. Um,
Yeah.
you know, because I also thought that like people like stopping doing business with her because of that crap was bullshit. I'm like, no, that's horse shit, you know, like because is it things that she actually did on the job? You know, because that's one thing. And I don't mean like slept with some guy at a convention where she was representing the company. You know, I mean
Right.
like turns out you're a shitty developer and you're wasting my money because you can't do anything. You know, like if that was the case, that's different.
Well, I'm like I feel like the only reason anyone cared is because something awful and 4chan hated each other. Because there's
That is
no reason to
exactly it.
care about that because we've all been in crappy relationships.
Yeah,
So,
no, that's exactly what it was. It was basically you had a bunch of people who had the maturity of 14-year-olds, whether or not they were 14, um, who fucking got who used it as a polemic, you know,
so
and it was so dumb and it was so awful. I hated it. And I could tell you could tell it, that the bullshit was happening because immediately Anita Sarkeesian got dragged in. And I'm like, is she fucking Zoe Quinn or something? Like, why are we talking about her now? Like, clearly this is clearly about politics because like we dragged
right.
in someone who's only related because they're a woman that has something to do with video games. Like I wouldn't have even put Sarkeesian in the same like category as Quinn because Quinn had made something. She had made a video game. Fucking
Right.
Sarkeesian was a critic.
Right.
You know, like that's at least arm's length away, you know, like why we care about her? And when they did that, when those two things came together, that's when they came up with the whole ethics in game journalism. And I was like, oh, come on. We know that that's not really the case.
That
You
is the
know,
dumbest catchphrase I've ever heard. Nobody on the planet has ever given a fuck about gaming journalism just in general, let alone its ethics.
yeah. I mean, like, you want to talk about, like, there's a reason nobody cares about ethics in sports journalism either, because everyone knows that they're in bed with each other. Like, everyone knew that. This wasn't news. You know, it's like, the game's journalists are paid to give like high ratings to things. Yeah, that's how games that nobody liked got high ratings. Like, that had been going on for decades. That was a thing. It was like, yeah, take your money and shut the fuck up. You know, like, that's the way that business worked.
I just still think that it was hysterical that they're like, oh, well, Zoe Quinn slept with people for good reviews. Okay, first of all, we know that's not true, but first of all, it's a freeware game. Why would someone do that? And second of all, so?
Yeah, so what? I'm like, the only person, like, how to put it? I'm like, the only person who's being harmed is her. Like, she's harming herself on that if she thinks that that's going to work.
Well,
You
and
know?
reviews have always been nepotistic.
Oh,
Like,
fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. You
reviewers
know?
have been given good reviews to artists they are friends with since always.
I would never have gotten on Channel Awesome if I didn't know a bunch of those people. Never would have happened. You know, like, I wasn't fucking them or anything, but, like, you know, just to be clear, but, like, you know, I knew them. And so they were like,
Listen, I've
okay, well, this
fucked
guy's
people for way worse reasons.
yeah. Like, okay, this guy's kind of a known quantity. We kind of know him. We know we can work with him. Sometimes it's really just that simple, you know. So what if she fucked a couple of games journalists? I care, you know, like, I give a shit, you know, whatever, you know.
Did they have fun? I just
Yeah. Why is this my problem? Like, this isn't my problem at all. You know, I only care if she's good at what she does, you know. And that was really the long and the short of it. Though I remained open to hearing people's complaints for this, because like I said before, I want to know what is really fueling this, because they are an angry mob at the gates, and we want to listen, not because they're going to tell us the truth, but because the information we gain from the conversation will lead us there. And then we'll know what's going on, and then we know what to do about it.
what always baffled me was, or not baffled me, but kind of amazed me was, this has been building up on message boards since the 90s. There had always been a conflict between feminists online and anti-feminists online because both sides have this tendency to go onto. Is there a kitty?
There's a dog. Puppy.
Hi, puppy.
Everyone loves puppy. You know? Mossimo, right? Massimo. Oh, you know your name. So clever. Clever boy. Massimo, come here. Massimo.
Oh, I see puppy.
Massimo.
He's gone.
No. He's not gone. The door's closed. He's just decided he's going to sit there.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, he's a cute little guy.
Yeah, isn't he? He's adorable.
Happy puppy. But it always, like, I get to some degree this fight has been brewing for years because online and message boards, I remember this in music message boards, there had been this back and forth, like, arguing between feminists and anti-feminists because both sides had this tendency to go on message boards and concern troll.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah, they've been sniping at each other for forever. It's just that
then the Russians got involved.
well, yeah.
Frank.
To be frank, yeah, and Gamergate happened, and basically what that did is that involved everybody who was not previously directly involved, because my whole modus operandi was, I'm not stepping in this.
I don't blame you.
This is BS. Unless it comes to me, I'm gonna avoid it, because that's trench warfare, man. I'm not stepping in the middle of no man's land.
Well, my beef in this, as much as I am mostly on the side of anti-Gamergate, just because Gamergate was so fucking cruel, frankly. But
Oh
my
yeah,
problem with
oh yeah,
both sides, honestly, is that I would see all these creators get involved, and it was very clear on either side of it, and it was very clearly a career move decision.
yeah. It was
Like, I
very
would like to
It
get
was
respected now by this community, you
Yeah, it
know?
was very reactionary on both sides, and I think that's why it exploded. Because if one side hadn't been reactionary, then it'd have been a nothing burger. Nothing would have happened. But because both sides were reactionary, whether or not they had reason to, you
Right.
know, because it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, when you're getting harassed like that, I understand why you would fly off the handle.
Yeah.
That's not the, I'm not going to judge people for that part of it, but it is why it blew up. And my opinion was that the worst thing, I mean, you want to talk about the actual ethics of game journalism here. The worst thing that game journalism did was talk about it, because that was trying to fight fire with gasoline. They're putting
And
out
that,
fires of gasoline on that shit. And I'm like, no, don't fucking let it escape that. That's letting it escape the containment zone. Like, the internet is a containment is a containment zone of this right now. If you put it in print, now everybody is fucking involved. Don't do that. It will just make everything worse. And it did.
and
You
that's why,
know.
like, I think it was the guy from Blondie, I forget his name, the one who wrote the book about Russiagate.
Oh
Um,
yes. Yeah, I have
I think
that.
he
I
was
have
the
that
one that
book.
made the connection, right, between Gamergate and Russia.
He did.
And
Yeah, he did,
he had a,
because of Alexander Dumas, who was fucking involved in all that. You
well,
know,
and that was the most sensible explanation because really all of this was completely separate cyber wars. Like the
mm-hmm,
Anita Sarkeesian thing, that back and forth had been going on with the atheist community forever.
mm-hmm.
The Zoe Quinn thing, that was really about 4chan versus something awful.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know enough about Brianna. I can't remember her last name, but it
Oh
just
yeah,
seems
yeah.
like,
That was a much smaller kerfuffle, but yeah, that was also part of it.
and with the atheist community and Anita, and I've always had Anita Sarkeesian represents a brand of feminism I've never agreed with, which is
Me neither.
the
Yeah.
yeah, it's the Tipper Gore feminism, and I think you were the one who made that connection
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
But
It is, because like it's the type of feminism which is least threatening to the patriarchy, believe it or not.
I
And
don't disagree,
yeah,
honestly.
and because of that, it is also the most easily swallowed up and dismantled. Um,
Well, honestly, my trouble with pop culture criticism feminism isn't necessarily that I don't think there's something to be said for the points they're making. It's that this is the brand of feminism, first of all, that lost the fight during the second wave. And second of all, this is the brand of feminism that is too similar to the Christian protect the children brand of feminism.
yeah, but instead of protect the children,
Not
it's
brand of feminism, but Christianity, evangelical crap. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. Except switch out like women in rape for children for like women and being raped in bathrooms. You
Oh my
know.
gosh, yeah.
Yeah, and if you're like, well, wait a minute, that sounds like anti-trans stuff. Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes, like
That's the overlap is.
yeah, serious discussion of anti-transness first happened in feminism.
That is
which
actually
is
part of the
massively disappointing.
well, that's part of the reason, and this is unfortunate because I agree with feminism on basically everything, but I had to stop being involved in feminism to come out because I'm a rape survivor and I'm a trans man. And by the way, I was raped by a girl. So the amount of gaslighting involved just kind of destroyed me for a
Yeah,
while. And
yeah,
it's unfortunate because I was a very passionate feminist for a long time. And I'm proud of that, but I just can't be involved anymore.
yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Have I had a lot of my own encounters with political activism in general. It took me a long time to realize that not everyone I am politically aligned with I am going to like, nor should I want to be around.
I think
Um,
there's a certain percentage of people that get involved in activism, especially online, like the keyboard warrior kind of activism, because it's an outlet for their desire to abuse people.
oh yes. Oh yeah, those people have always been there. They've always been there. It's and particularly with it's particularly tragic when it comes to feminism because you think that you're going to be safe from those people, and no, you're not. They will
Yeah.
disguise themselves as whatever they need to. You know.
Well, and a lot of it is that a lot of people who get involved in activism because they have PTSD. Like,
I
and
could
they're
see
not
that. I
doing
could see that. Yeah.
like I know so many people who had PTSD who got involved in not just feminism, but like the far left activism. And
Oh yeah.
it's not a bad idea, particularly during the era of Me Too. I think, how are you going to talk about that issue if you don't talk to people
Oh
with
yeah. Yeah.
post-traumatic stress
Exactly.
disorder?
Exactly. Yeah.
But there, like, I even did this to a degree, which is I was using activism to avoid dealing with the fact that I had trauma. And it turned out
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that'll fuck you up.
Yeah. You can. Yeah. 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 Because you're making yourself vulnerable on one side,
Right.
and so an asshole on that coming from your that spot that you don't think that you have to fucking deal with anymore, it just wallops you, you
Well,
know.
and I also like added on to this is the fact that I used to watch uh RT America Russia Today because a lot of activism's used they
Oh,
those
I hated
assholes.
that.
This is something that Russia does time and time again. And
Hmm.
unfortunately, I was a baby when the Soviet Union fell. So I grew up in the era where we were reevaluating the Cold War and we were talking about mostly what we did wrong because that needed to be talked about.
Oh yeah.
The problem is that the Soviet Union really was that bad, right? And
Oh
the one thing I didn't
yeah,
know,
yeah.
yeah,
The minute Putin got his hands on the levers of power, Russia went, whoa,
well, and the
holy
one
fucking
crazy thing
crap.
about Russian propaganda, and if anyone ever wants to know about RT America, ask me because I watched it for years. The one crazy thing about Russian propaganda that I didn't know that you probably know because you grew up around it is
Hmm.
they use psychological tactics to traumatize their viewers on purpose.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, totally.
And
They use the same tactics as advertisers.
well, and I didn't know this either, but really like the people like the useful idiots, the people who worked for them. There
Hmm.
were useful idiots and there were fellow travelers, but there really weren't that many fellow travelers. There were mostly useful idiots.
Correct.
And you're basically watching them be psychologically tortured in real time. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
Like, if you go and watch one of those shows from beginning to end, you watch these people's personalities change. It's kind of like it took me time to get over what I had witnessed because it's slow, so you don't realize you're watching that shit. It's
Yeah.
horrifying.
Yeah. It's one of the things that I know I benefited from was being in a family that had to take the international view, which
Right.
is not
Because you're
comfortable.
the grandchild of
Yeah.
a politician.
Yeah. Well, of an ambassador.
Okay.
I wouldn't. Politician kind of gives the wrong vibe. Diplomat
Oh,
would
okay.
be the correct way. Would be the more correct one. So that means you have to take a 360-degree look at everything, because the only thing you can argue about is power. Like, there's nothing
Mhm.
else at that higher level, and you have to be able to negotiate it. But in order to negotiate it, you got to be able to see it. And that's where it becomes. That's where it can become really unpopular in the homeland. Like, for example, the recent thing with Gaza. This has happened before. This
Mhm.
has happened before. This has happened many times in my lifetimes. This exact argument,
Yeah.
which is, why are we supporting Israel? And
Right.
the answer is because we have a treaty saying that we will.
Yep.
Um, so so do we honor that, or do we not? That's the big question. And that's a very, very, very sticky question to answer when you're talking about a military ally. Do you go to
Right.
war with a military ally? Like, that's.
Well, that's honestly, it's not a black and white issue to me, and that's probably for obvious reasons, but I am primarily on Team Palestine in terms of I certainly
Yeah.
think Israel treats them like crap.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Part of the reason I'm glad I'm not on Twitter anymore is that this is going to be a both sides thing. Sorry, internet, but everybody online has an opinion, and no one knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Oh, no, no,
You
no,
know?
no. They don't, because here's the thing. Okay, say we flat out go to war or have a police action against Israel. How does that help Palestine? Because now there's a legitimate war at their front door. Like,
Well,
a
that is
war between two powers that are more powerful than it. That does
well,
not
that is
benefit
sorry.
them.
That's one of the issues that I have with pro-Palestine activism is in America is not so much that I disagree with their perspective, it's that I don't think they realize that some of the things they're calling for is going to starve Palestinians to death. Like
Yeah.
these sanctions that people call for hurt Palestine more than they hurt Israel.
Yeah, because the thing about Palestine and Israel is they're still technically one country.
Hmm. And Palestine is reliant on the Israel,
Yeah.
which is the problem is
Yeah,
that
it
they
is the
are
problem. It
right,
is
is
exactly the
that it's
problem.
supposed to be a semi-autonomous area, but they are reliant on a bigger country, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, exactly. And the current Israeli regime does not want to fucking give it up. They don't want to give up that land, for
Right.
one reason or another, not the least of which is because they can use it as an international lever to pull to get their
Right.
way.
Yeah.
It's very useful to them. And that's not to say that it's good, because it's not. But what are you going to do? What can you do that's not going to just make everything worse? And that's the real problem. There are things that can be done, but if we're working at cross purposes with Israel, how do you deal with that without it turning into a fight, without it turning into a
Right.
real military fight? That's the problem. I wish it was simpler.
Yeah.
The thing about the Ukraine, racism aside,
Yeah. The actual like specific battle there.
yeah, racism aside, the reason the Ukraine is simpler is because there is no metric by which the Ukraine is against the United States.
Right.
And the fight and the war already happened. It's already warfare, so it cannot be made worse by our presence. By us doing things. If
Right.
we go into actual open warfare, that would make it worse. But there are a lot of things that we can do in the Ukraine that we can't do in Israel, because technically, the Palestinian areas are part of Israeli sovereignty.
Right.
So it's completely fucked. It's completely fucked. If we're talking, it's you also run into the problem of America being in many ways, too powerful. Anytime we do something like this, we're trying to hit a fly with a Buick. Like, there's going to be a lot of collateral damage because that's what we do.
We're very good at coming in and blowing things up. But,
oh yeah, we're super good at it. If we need to do something
we
else,
have a questionable pattern of nation building.
Oh yeah, we cannot nation building for shit, but we can bomb the hell out of things. And if it's not going to be settled by bombing, we're in trouble. Our help is only ever so good.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Go on.
Well, it's sort of like, once we left Afghanistan, it was like, oh, the Taliban came back. And I'm like, the only way to prevent the Taliban from coming back would be to literally turn Afghanistan into a colony. That's the only way that would have happened.
Yeah.
Which is part of the problem with going into Afghanistan in the first place, even though that one was more justified than Iraq. That and because it's fucking Afghanistan.
Yeah, you got to bomb back to the Stone Age. Okay, so nothing changes. So very little changes.
Yeah.
Like, when was the last time Afghanistan wasn't being bombed? Before we went in. The answer is almost never.
Ask Russia.
Yeah, ask Russia about that. Ask Britain, like, how that went. There hadn't been like a significant time when Afghanistan wasn't being blown the fuck up by a colonial power, just flat out. So they're like, it's as horrible as it is. There's a part of the Afghan people who's like, okay, what is it, America today?
Who's here this week?
Yeah. Who's killing us this week? Like, it's horrible. Yeah, but like, but we've got, oh God, the whole Gaza thing, the whole Palestinian fucking Israeli thing. It's the three-body problem of international politics. There's no good solution.
No, like, that's been the crazy thing, is that I was kind of required to research Israel in Hebrew school. So like, I have been since I was a little kid, and I'm like, dude, if I had any idea, I would have told y'all. Like, the closest thing I could think of is literally make Palestine a country, but then they lose everything,
Yeah, also that's really, really, really difficult because it's not
a lot of land for one thing.
Well, not only is it not a lot of land, it's not a continuous piece of land. There are these Palestinian zones spread out among that area of Israel. You'd have to get no matter what you do, someone's going to get displaced. Right. There is that was the issue. That was why they were trying to do the two-state solution, where they were like, all right, nobody has to move, but the Palestinians get to be we do the thing with Israel that they did in the United Kingdom, which still, if you ask the UK, they're like, well, that's better, but we still don't get represented in government that well, but I guess it would be an improvement,
It's something.
It's something, not perfect, not great, but unfortunately it's not attractive enough to fight for, because what it said was, yeah, you just have to forget that those motherfuckers over there did X. And that's the
Well,
hard part. That's one of the hard parts. And just from a cultural level, forget the military might and all that. Just getting people to do that is really hard.
well, and the other thing, and
They have to literally forgive their enemy and deny themselves a sense of justice.
well,
Ask
and the tricky
Ireland,
thing, oh my gosh,
ask
yeah.
Ireland,
Their
tell you all about
president
it.
only visited England like a couple administrations ago, I think.
Mhm.
Um, but like the tricky thing with Israel is you've got two different sides that are surrounded by enemies.
Mhm.
So everybody's sitting there like a coiled up snake ready to bite. And it's like,
Oh,
that is
yeah.
the part that like gets kind of lost in this dialogue, is that like everybody's terrified of everybody. It's a
Yeah.
paranoia problem.
Yeah. And they have to. And the problem is that Israel's in a position where you get a megalomaniac in charge, which currently they have.
Yeah, Netanyahu's a piece of
Netanyahu's a
shit.
complete megalomaniac. Once you get a guy like that who's willing to pull some shit, which he did, now it's a gigantic mess. Now it's a gigantic mess. And he knew
Still
that
mad they
he
didn't
could get
impeach
away
him on
with it.
corruption.
He knew he could get away with it because it put America in the hot seat.
Right.
He knew that would happen. And
Well, here's
there really was no good move that America could make at that time. They didn't even know what the less bad move was.
here's the thing about Netanyahu is um, most American politicians are at least publicly Zionistic or Zionist.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yet Netanyahu attaches himself to Donald fucking Trump. That's all anyone needs
Yeah,
to
that's
know
what you
about
need to know. That's
Netanyahu.
what you need to know. Because his supporters will support Israel because they want Jerusalem back.
Yeah.
That's what they want. Jerusalem
And they want the
is.
Jews all to go over there.
Yeah, exactly. He knows that. Netanyahu knows that. Thank you, Russia. That's what he got out of that.
Well, that's the
And
tricky thing about this.
with Russia occupied, that was the other thing that caused this. Russia was occupied. They had a losing war they were dealing with. So there was no one to pull a lever against him. The United States was going to have a hard time no matter what. And the only one who could really pull another lever against him was Russia. But now Russia has been shown to be incompetent, so that lever's gone.
I'm shocked Russia incompetent.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize how bad it was. Like, I heard one guy say, you don't understand. Russia's such a kleptocracy. I doubt that the tanks will have enough fuel to get there. I was like, yeah, funny. No, he was completely correct. Completely correct. And I was like, oh my God.
Well, I remember years ago they interviewed one of the women from Pussy Riot about Putin. Well, they've done it a million times, but in this interview it actually made me laugh because she described she was commenting on one of the problems America has with understanding Russian politics, which is America portrays Putin as extremely, extremely intelligent and constantly playing 12-dimensional chess, when the reality is he was the bullied kid in middle school who is taking it out on the rest of the country.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, that recontextualized it for me because I'm like, okay, so he is Donald Trump. He is not what Donald Trump would have been
Yep.
if the American president had the kind of power that the Russian president had, or prime minister, or whatever his job is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Putin is just a little smarter than the average bear, whereas
Right.
Trump is dumb as ditch dirt. He is just
Well, that's how he could have
dumb
been
as dish
manipulated that
switch.
easily
Oh
by
yeah, no, it
Putin.
is. It is. Like you could play Trump like a if you have some power and money, you can play Trump like a fiddle.
Well, the
You
one
could,
thing I always wondered is, I mean, they never proved it, but remember the piss tape?
oh
Um, I always
that whole thing. Yeah.
I always wondered was the blackmail material really that he consensually had hilarious sex with Russian honeypots, or did they find evidence of him sexually assaulting someone? Because that has been going on for a long that those allegations have been going on a long time, and everyone in Hollywood knew about Donald Trump.
Well, I know one thing. I know one thing is that Donald Trump has been doing serious business with the people who became the Russian oligarchs since the 80s.
Yep.
He's been in bed with them for as long as you've known about his existence. So
Well,
the
even that.
idea, so the idea that when people were like, "Yeah, there's Russian interference," I was like, "Oh, you think?"
Well, and that is
They've been interfering on his behalf for
ever.
ages. Yeah, forever. Since at least the 80s.
Right, because he's wealthy,
That's
but he's
where
not a
his
very good businessman.
yeah, that's where all his money really came from.
That makes sense.
That's why that's why there were people going like he's got to have mob connections. And I'm like and then it was like but they couldn't find any because they were looking at the Italian mafia.
Wrong mob.
Wrong mob.
Look at the mob that is a lot scarier.
Yeah, yeah. It
Well,
was because say what you will about the Italian mafia, they were Americans.
well, and it's like, why are all the Republicans that turned out to be in bed with Russia? Because white businessmen have been using Russia to build businesses since the 90s.
Oh yeah,
Because
completely.
you could get away with so much more because they were taking advantage of a country that just fell apart.
Yeah. Also, the people in charge of our shit are all malignant narcissists. So they're really easy to manipulate if you know how to manipulate. If you got power and money, they're very easy to manipulate. Very easy. You can get them to switch political sides like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
You know,
Well, what did RT America do to help popularize the alt-right other than get involved in Gamergate? They got in bed with Occupy
yes.
because Occupy Wall Street was not a socialist movement, it was a populist movement.
Yeah.
And like if you go and watch the old videos, I think they're still up, almost it was Occupy, 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 Occupy. So like when I started watching it, I thought it was a leftist channel. And because,
Yeah.
at the time in America, we all thought of Occupy as leftist, but it was never leftist. And if you listen to the
It
rhetoric,
was never communist. It was never
right.
communist. It was barely socialist.
I mean, and if you pay attention to the rhetoric, the problem with the rhetoric is that it is really easy to turn into an anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Banking elite, 99% versus 1%, all of that stuff. Like, it's not that they're not making a legitimate point, it's that it's real easy to go alt-right when you're afraid of 1% of the population.
Yeah. Yeah. And their demands got lost. Occupy had demands, but they got lost very
Mhm.
quickly, which bothered me because I was like, wait a minute, how did you lose the messaging? And realizing foreign interference, it was like, oh, because somebody pulled an us in South America.
Well, and
Someone
the
did
one
the
thing
same thing to them that we did to these movements in South America. That's why that happened.
well, and the thing that the internet needs to know about Margarita Simonian, who ran RT and Sputnik, is that she is on the baby, or not the baby boom, the millennial Gen X cusp. I believe she was born like late 70s, early 80s, which means she's been using the internet forever. So it's like, how did Russian propaganda figure out how to manipulate the internet? They hired someone my age. That's why.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. They were dealing they
she
were
knows
dealing
YouTube
with
because she uses it.
yeah, they were using techniques, the techniques of like master manipulators and abusers.
Well,
You
and it's
know.
like the thing about Putin is his loyalists are intelligent,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Some of them are quite smart.
they're
It's
just, bad people.
yeah, yeah, they're just a piece of shit, like it's well that's yeah, that's what that is. They're just pieces of shit, you know.
And the thing about her specifically, and again, because I used to watch RT, I know a bit about her, is I never liked her because she's a fucking blowhard. She's just obnoxious. But I get why she helped make the network popular in America, because the thing
Yep.
about Russian humor is that it is very funny. Like the snarkiness and the sarcasm, it's like she is very funny when she wants to be. And it's like, yep, that's going to get you popular on YouTube. It just is.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Man. Oh God, let's get off this topic.
Something happier, something
Yeah, yeah,
happier.
something a little happier,
I'm writing a horror
because
movie script.
oh, excellent. How deep in are you?
I basically got the storyline written. I just need to actually finish more than about 3 scenes.
Well, how many
Um,
pages in are you?
let me pull up my cell text.
Yeah, and
Not
is
very. Like
okay.
I've just started it.
Like, also, is it like
So I
properly formatted? Because if it's all condensed, then it's gonna look smaller than it really is.
I'm using a screenwriting software,
Okay,
so
okay, there you go.
because I don't have patience to do all the capitalizations and stuff.
I
Um,
yeah,
so
I'm which
I got
software?
6 minutes written.
Oh, okay, okay, you got six. Okay, so you got about 6 pages. Okay, no, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
Good, good. Keep going.
yeah. I know we wanted a happier topic, but I decided like, okay, um, I decided to combine the two most hated tropes in movie and see what I could do with it, which is it was all a dream and ghosts as a metaphor for trauma. And what I got from that is a PTSD nightmare.
Ooh, okay.
And I'm like, this could be interesting.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah.
like, so yeah, it's um and the idea is that you know at the beginning of the movie that it's a dream. So it's not like The Wizard of Oz or anything.
Right, right. You can just be like, all right, this is it.
Well, the
You
one
know the
thing, like
scenario.
the Haunting of Hill House show, the one thing that got to me was that the repeated line, wake up, wake up, wake up,
Yeah.
because I have issues with oh shoot, depersonalization. So I always feel like I'm in a dream. Like, and I'm
Oof.
like, that line fucked with me.
Yikes. Yeah.
I'm like, it was such a good show though. I mean, I think it was a little bit overrated, but I thought it was clever how they did
Oh, I
that.
actually really liked all those shows.
I like that. What was the second
The
season?
second
That was the
one,
one
Haunting of
based.
Bly Manor, was the
That was
second
good
one.
too. I think I liked the first season a little more just because I thought it was really creative. I thought it was really creative the way I don't know how much I want to give away. No, it's been out
That
for years. Like they basically took Eleanor's death and turned the story into a metaphor for suicide. And I'm like,
yeah, yeah.
that's actually really creative because that question has always been out there in the actual book. Did she do that on purpose? And I'm like, because I've read that book a few hundred times. I like Shirley Jackson. She depresses me in the
I
right
I like
way.
Shirley Jackson as well. She's great. you know.
But so yeah, so like I the problem is when I'm writing this, um I've had that Proclaimers song stuck in my head.
When I wake up.
I will.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, I like that song. It's cute, but first of all, the radio stations should never have found out about that song. It's like Wrong Way by Sublime. I like that song too in the 90s, but never liked In Bloom, but I'm sure someone did. But the other problem is you hear that song enough in your head and it starts to feel like they're stalking you. How many miles are you gonna
Yeah,
walk?
yeah. How far are you gonna take this, brah?
I'm like, but
Oh man.
and now I'm like, I almost want to actually have a budget for this because I kind of wanted that to be the song that plays over the ending credits. Because I just love the idea of a relatively serious horror movie that ends on a joke.
Oh man. Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm sure somebody's done it, but
Oh my god.
although it's funny because I was looking at the horror subreddit and oh boy, I always thought I didn't realize how Serbian film, that's something horror fans either love or think is the worst thing ever. Like I knew that was something regular people had that debate over.
Oh yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. Like it's a very divisive movie. I love it, but I understand people who don't enjoy it, you know.
well, one guy on Reddit was like, you know, it's so over the top that it's unintentionally funny, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's funny
I don't
intentionally. I
it's
mean, it
not
opens with a
unintentional.
it opens with a dick joke.
Yeah, it's not unintentional. The
It's a
it's
satire.
uncomfortable.
Well,
You know, it's uncomfortable, but it's supposed to be funny. It's like Ichi the Killer. Like a lot of people didn't get how funny Ichi the Killer was actually intended to be. Um which is very.
well, it's like with Serbian film, like it took me a while to get like the entire premise is a joke. And I think I watched your interview and that's how I got the premise, which is it's Serbian propaganda as torture porn, like literal torture
Yeah,
porn.
yeah,
That's the
exactly,
joke.
exactly. You know, that was it's a satire. That's exactly what it is, you
The
know?
manly man is the guy so manly porn stars actually want to fuck him.
Yeah, yeah, and you're like, "What? That's ridiculous." I see. I get it. You know, I get
I
it.
love that. It's because
Yeah.
I don't know much about Serbian culture, but I do know enough about Slavic culture to know the machismo thing does get a little crazy.
Well, yeah, it's that whole like, man, isn't this ultra macho shit? I mean, it's kind of gay. You know, it's kind of gay, you know? Think about it, you know?
I mean, I've seen guys that look like you at the Pride Parade.
Yeah. Yeah, who embodies that? Who embodies that ideal more than like, you know, a muscly gay dude, you know? It that's the whole thing. Yeah. Oh, Syrian film it could be a hard sit. It's a bit harder sit for dudes, I think.
I can picture that.
You know, I'm just weird, you
Well,
know.
I could see that being a hard sit for a lot of guys because it is a movie about losing your self-control. Like,
Yes.
literally, like, I think he was drugged, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically the guy is um
I
the
like the
guy
movie,
is
but I can only watch it
continuously
once.
yeah, the guy is continuously being raped by the ideal of machismo. Like that's part of what's going on. I still thought it was really funny that the director said, maybe I had been gone too soft.
I wish I was a
Really?
little harder.
Really? You could have gone farther. Oh my.
I could have gone way farther than newborn.
Then yeah, newborn porn was like should have been just like, it could have been just I should have just used that as the warm up, you know?
I love that, like, when got the movie on Amazon, it did that thing like that you may want to hide this for your privacy. I'm like, no newborns were actually harmed in the making of
Yeah,
Serbian.
yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't be purchasing it if they were.
Oh
Uh,
my god. But
well,
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah, it's a very interesting movie. It's very good. Um I wish that the that guy could get another movie made because he's really talented. But because he's the guy that made Serbian film, like, nobody wants to touch him.
oh dear. Yeah, you're Serbian film guy.
Yeah, yeah. And in the horror world, like that's fine, but in the like world of getting it into theaters, it becomes an issue, which is
Yeah.
really too bad. It's really too bad.
I mean, you are the guy that made the movie that's a famous endurance test.
Yeah,
Which is
it's
funny because, like, there are way less harsh movies that trigger me way more than Serbian
oh
film, but
yeah.
maybe it is because Serbian film does feel so nightmarish, and I've always loved that in horror movies.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's one of the few genres that can actually touch on that space, that can actually take you into the into the unknown and take you into the abyss for a bit and go like, "Ooh, yeah, you want to see? You want to
Well,
see? You
why
want to see the heart of darkness? Oh, I'll show you." You
that's
know?
why even though he's made better films technically, House of a Thousand Corpses is probably my favorite Rob Zombie film because
Oh,
that
yeah, I
feels
get
like
it.
a bad trip and a nightmare.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially when you get the spliced in stock footage and stuff. Like he
Yeah.
does it well.
Yeah, because like when he realized that he needed a to rewrite the ending at the end, he just went Fulci with it. He just went Fulci with it, and because like the last like 15 minutes of that movie are like a Fulci flick on purpose. He was just like, well, what do I do? I'll just go nuts. Fuck it. You'll meet Dr. Satan. There
Well,
will
gee,
be all these zombies and Frankenstein monsters hanging out. She'll scream. Things will come back from the dead. They'll be running around. It'll be great.
I remember uh, um, watching the movie House of Clocks, which was I think one of his made-for-TV movies, and I'm just sitting there watching this thinking, David Lynch is a Fulci fan, isn't he?
I wouldn't be surprised. I would
Because
not
there's
be
this
surprised.
weirdly melodramatic aspect of that movie.
A House of Clocks.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've never actually seen House of Clocks. Oh, it seems to be on YouTube.
it is
Hmm.
very him. It is. So the idea is that a bunch of people break into an elderly couple's house to try to steal their shit, and the elderly couple are not only murderers, but they have clocks that can turn back time, and they kill them over and over and over again.
Oh man, that sounds right up my alley.
It is made for me TV, so it's not quite as gory as most of his stuff,
Oh,
but you
okay.
do see a spike go through someone's stomach and twist, so there's that.
1989. Interesting.
I think I like it. It's kind of cool because it's like again, made for TV, so you can't even in Italy you can't get away with some of the things. So he just went full out. Let's make this as weird as fuck. He has weirder movies. I
That
haven't seen
sound.
House by the Cemetery yet, but I hear it's bizarre.
Oh, House by the Cemetery is a classic. You okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to quit smoking, but it's not working.
Oh, yeah, it's
I-
hard, isn't it? It is hard.
Well, so I am supposed to start Wellbutrin soon, which is supposed to help with all of my issues, including the smoking somehow. But Hey, if that works.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we'll see. Good luck. Good luck
Thank you.
with it. Rooting for you.
Yeah, I'm trying. Thanks. I'm trying because I want to get my blood pressure down before I go on testosterone. And I'm like, I gotta get on that because I don't
Oh,
trust my state's governor. Like, if Trump gets elected, he
yeah,
probably will try to ban it. I don't know how successful he will be at this point because DeSantis had a big loss because they basically gutted the Don't Say Gay. But you never know.
yeah. You're in
And the annoying thing is
what
Florida.
state are you in? You're in Florida. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, it's sad because it's like you come to Florida and it's like, and granted, I live in a blue area, but you come to Florida and the people are nice. It's a diverse state. Most of the state is diverse, but I live near a city, and then it's like, why do our politicians all suck? And it's like, because the old white people that moved here in the 90s haven't died yet.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, yeah, it's
Like,
why
Miami is like super left, including like everyone always assumes like Cuban population, they tend to be Republican because of Fidel Castro stuff. But I'm like, no, you don't understand. The Cuban population is very heavily in Miami. Miami is basically communist culturally. Like they're super left.
yeah, like I think the problem is that people fell for the same whammy that everyone else did in 2016. You know,
Vote for Trump to stick it to the libs.
yeah, apparently, I
Trump won the cyber war and no one was better off for
no one was better off for it. And never forget, he lost the popular vote. You know,
it.
people didn't want him, if not for the electoral college and that in the Supreme Court and all that bullshit. He would not have been president. You
Listen,
know,
I was knee deep in Russian propaganda. I still pulled the lever for Hillary because I'm dumb enough
yeah.
to watch that shit, but I'm not dumb enough to vote for Donald Trump.
Well, it was one of those things where I'm just sort of like, why would I why would I want this guy to be president? I wouldn't. Especially coming out of the Obama administration, I was like, that was 8 years of relative competency. And so I'm like, I'm not going to give it over to Donald Trump. The guy can't hold anything together. I had to deal with this. I've had to fucking deal with
I
all the
didn't
fucking
like that fucker in
insanity
the 90s.
surrounding. Yeah, I had to deal with that fucker's bullshit back in the 80s. And I was like, no, no,
Well,
absolutely not. You know?
I I don't I okay. How did yuppies decide that they were the real punks? Like,
Oh,
no, the whole point of punks is that they're not the yuppies.
yeah, well, basically, how to put it, easiest way to put it is at some point, Gen X just checked out. We checked out
Yeah,
because it got too difficult.
that
We weren't getting anywhere. We were winning a cultural war,
that
but we
does
were losing the
explain
political one. You know, we were winning
well,
culturally, but we were losing
that
politically. And
well,
eventually
that does
everyone just
explain
got,
something that always
yeah. And so it all the energy it petered out because we'd been ground down. And everyone was like, you know what, I'm going to focus on my life and try to figure out things from there. And I think that
right.
was a decision like the generation by and large made. And then very soon after, the media pushed the millennial generation as the answer to everything. And
Yeah,
that was a
that's
clear
why I joined Gen
signal.
X, even though I was
Yeah,
born in '86, because
it
I'm like,
was
fuck you.
it was a clear signal of like, oh, they're trying to put their golden children in charge, because at that point the millennials were the golden children,
And
you
now they're
know.
doing that to the Zoomers, and I'm like, that's gonna fuck up your life. You have no idea.
Oh,
Do
they're
you
not
believe that?
they're not yeah, no, I don't think anyone's counting on the Zoomer generation to change anything.
Yeah,
But
they
what
tried for a
happened,
while.
yeah, but what happened is, like, I knew it would. I was like, oh, the millennials are the golden children now, but they're being set up to fail hard, because you cannot live up to that. You can't live up to that. And they didn't, because there was no way they were going. Just, you can't.
They didn't have any money.
Yeah. You had no money. You had very little power. Had less power than Gen X did at the time. Now they've got a bit more, but when you get right down to it, it was like they can't solve global warming, the world economic situation, and all of American politics. Right. That's not reasonable to expect. And they were expected to be doing all of that. And I was like, don't do that. That is the worst. That is terrible. They have to.
And then
They
they
have
act
to be
surprised
who
that
they
my
are.
generation acted like our parents.
Yeah.
It's like,
And so basically, well, the other thing that happened is there was, and you probably noticed it, there was this wave against the way Gen X had done things.
yes.
That was in many ways very purposeful. Like, don't be like your older brother, like that kind of shit. Like, for example,
you guys used to be cool.
Yeah, for example, like, don't start a riot. That's bad. But we're dealing with Nazis. It's still bad. Bullshit. Fuck you. It's Nazis. What are we talking about? Like, as I'd like to say, that's the way Granddad did it. It's the way America used to do it, and it worked out pretty well.
Well, and it's funny because I think Gen X tapped out, and I also think they got kicked out a little bit by the dialogue.
Oh, very
I
much
mean, you can
so.
speak to this better than I,
Oh, very
but
much.
it's like one of the big wars that millennials screwed up was the debate about political correctness, because I remember this growing up. The debate about political correctness between the left and right was about the definition, not about whether or not it was okay,
Yeah.
because on the left, the point was, no, white people saying ethnic slurs is not political incorrectness, it's racist. And then on the right, it was, well, I should be able to say the N-word, damn it. And it's like, that's stupid. And the one thing that millennials did, and I think this was during Gamergate, is say, yes, we are politically correct. And I'm like, this is a terrible idea.
Yeah. I'm like, no, that's a very bad idea. It's very bad to say that. That's not good. That's actually quite the opposite. That will play right into the hands of the machine,
Well,
because
'cause
all of a sudden there's certain things. Today it's certain words. Soon it will be certain ideas, and then the meaning of things will get lost.
well, it's also like,
Sexual assault in TikTok.
It's also like, oh, why do people get canceled so much? It's like, because we all grew up in the internet and we've all made rape jokes. That's why.
Yeah. Also, I also had this thing where I was like, nobody gets canceled, really.
No,
Nobody
they
gets
just get yelled
canceled,
at, but
really. Like, that was the other thing. I was like, yeah, I get what they're talking about with being canceled, but the reality is that doesn't work, because
right.
the assholes will look out for each other because no one else will.
And
They all do that. And the only person that I found, there are a couple of examples of people being like legitimately canceled, but it's guys like Weinstein,
right.
like even fucking Cosby
He's still
got
getting
off
audience.
eventually.
Yeah, he got
like
off on a technicality, I believe. It's like, that was one of those things with Cosby. Like, every time someone gets off on a technicality, I'm always like, okay, I'm mad at him, but I'm more mad at whoever fucked that shit.
yeah, because Yeah, nobody gets canceled. Louis CK still gets booked. Yeah. Yeah, and you can even
Roseanne lost her show, but everybody quotes everything she says in the news,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Roseanne is another one that got legitimately canceled because she legitimately got fired over that shit and everyone was happy about it. You
Well, the
know, like
crazy thing with her is like I kind of agree with her that she got screwed over, but she is terrible at helping herself. Because the situation was she was told to sign over if you sign over the show, we'll have your back. And it's like, of course they weren't. That's a Hollywood thing. You should have known.
well, the thing that was really telling is people who had been her allies previously, who had really gone to bat for her, like stepped away. I'm like, oh, so they knew
It's like,
this was a problem.
well, she's she she's Kanye if Kanye was a Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like she needs
Yeah,
help. She's not going to get help. And, you know, I will say for her this, um, um, she's got a point when she says, "Why did you hire me in the first place if you were going to cancel me over a tweet like that?" Because I'm like, yeah, she's been doing this shit since the last run of her show.
my question was, why did you give her a show again? Yeah, my question was, why did you give her a show again to begin with? Like that,
Yeah.
like we already knew who she was at that point, and she just made it worse.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like, damn it. Actually, like, I liked that show. Like, I even liked the reboot, but it's like, Roseanne, you're a dumbass.
yeah, yeah. Well, it was, man. Donald
Karen
Trump
Gay.
brought the worst out in so many people, like the absolute worst, and yeah,
Yeah.
Roseanne was one of them. Roseanne was one of them. You know,
I'm
now
baffled
we
by his
also
appeal
got
to the
like
left.
now what?
I'm past baffled by his appeal to certain people who used to be on the left. I got it with Roseanne because she's an edgelord, but like a lot of people switch teams, and I'm starting to think like, did you switch teams because you saw a scripter switch teams? Because Candace Owen was never anti-Gamergate, you know?
There's a lot of money to be made in reactionary politics. That's how you keep your
Oh yeah.
position. You keep your position by, you know, going where the money is, and those people will give you a lot of money. Look how much money they gave to Trump. They gave until they had no more to give. That's how much money there is.
It's
That's what they want
is very
because a good, solid answer is boring. It's work.
yeah.
It's not exciting unless you are naturally inclined to be excited by that. But to everybody else, it's boring as shit.
Well,
That's
and the
why.
irony is the answer to our country sometimes is boring because it's like
Mm-hmm.
I don't really like Biden per se, but I did realize how much I missed having a boring president.
Right?
And the thing is, like, I was studying when I in history. I'm back in school, and I was taking a post-war America up until the '90s class. So we studied Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan was probably my favorite president to read about because I hated him so much.
I get you.
But
Yeah.
he is a very fascinating political figure because he did do things that you wouldn't have expected because he was an outsider. And I'm like, I'm wondering if in 40 years that's going to be like kids with Trump is I hate this guy, but he's really interesting.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
I'm
no
like, I
doubt
don't
about
know.
no doubt about that. People be fascinated with him just the way they're fascinated with their own abusive parents. Um,
Yeah.
you know, and for the exact same reason. You know, they'll be interested in him, but he's not going to be lauded as one of America's great presidents. He will in fact go down as one of the worst, if not the worst, because
Yeah.
he, unlike one thing you could say about Reagan, certain things did improve for certain people.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot less cutting off your nose to spite your face. You know, whereas that's all Trump has. That's all it is. You know,
Well, and at least Reagan did.
it's trying to punish America for electing a black guy.
Yeah. Well, the one thing about Reagan is at least he
And
didn't
daring to
publicly
put a woman up.
humiliate himself every time he spoke.
Yeah, but
Like,
it really is you elected a black guy and you put a woman up for president. That's what
yep.
that was it. That was it.
Yeah.
You know, it's that, you know, I don't know how else to say it. I thought BoJack Horseman actually had a really good moment for that. When Diane accidentally gets gun control passed because now all women have openly carrying guns. She goes, I can't believe America hates women more than it loves guns. And Princess is just like, no. You know? I was like, ooh.
That is
Ooh.
kind of the crazy thing about that election is it's like, okay, I don't like Karen either, but I'd rather Karen than the fascist.
I know, right? And it's
It's
why
like,
I
hi,
don't
Joe.
believe in it's why I don't believe in the whole like it's why when it comes to this kind of thing, I don't believe in the protest vote.
Yeah,
I don't anymore because I used to, but now I don't because I'm like, no, that ship sailed. That ship
yeah,
sailed, and now I have to make do with what the choices are because that's how it works. That's how it is. You know, like why would they go to such extremes to subvert elections if they weren't important?
right.
You know, like of course they're
Well, and
important.
the other problem is Trump did do one of the things Reagan did, which is he changed what a swing state was.
Yes. Yeah. That is definitely
Like,
true. Like Florida was a
Florida's
swing state for
probably
the
a red
longest
state
time.
now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
On the other
Definitely.
hand, I think
Especially
Virginia became a I think it was Virginia that became a swing state because of Trump,
yeah.
because I think that's when they went blue the first time.
Yeah, like Florida has fucked itself so hard. Like I can't even imagine the
Yeah,
damage that was done because I'm just sort of like you
our
you
governor
can't
is going to war with our biggest tourism and employer, you know, and
yeah
not over anything worth going at them over. There's shit to give Disney shit over.
yeah you could go antitrust, that being a big one, but
They ruined copyright forever,
yeah.
you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
the
no, it's
old
because
copyright rules were actually pretty good because they ran out. You
yeah,
know, you
it's
had a
like
reasonable amount of time to make all your money, and then too bad, people are going to make copies, whether it's legal or not.
exactly.
So what are we doing? You know,
It's like,
we're
so
going to
it's
give you
like
the green light to just make examples out of people? No, fuck no. You know, like
it's like, well, Disney supports the gays, and I'm like, yeah, because they're hiring actors and artists. They have to.
yeah, they didn't for a long time. Don't forget,
No,
but
it took like actual activism and a lot of work to have Gay Day actually recognized by the company.
yeah,
That was
and
something
that's
that like the LGBTQ community fought for because they've been using Disney as a place to go, as
yeah,
a meetup place.
that's one of the reasons that gay marriage is one of the reasons, and that whole thing is one of the reasons I say Gen X won the culture war but lost the political one.
Right.
Because most of those things, that those massive changes, particularly surrounding like queer rights, like that was largely Gen X. You
Mhm.
know, that was the fuel, that was the manpower behind it, and
You certainly were
it
the generation that told me about it, you know?
yeah, yeah. Which is why, which is why, in the millennial generation thing, once something like YouTube happened, they got their hooks in deep quickly. so that there would be a debate, so that there would be an argument.
Because
that's
the
why
thing,
it happened.
well, the thing about the millennial generation is that we overthink to the point where we're stupid. And we're very good at that.
I could see that. I can see that. Yeah, because there is both a lot of intelligence and a lot of fear of action. That's a problem that every generation has. But it got really pronounced in the millennial generation. We don't want to get in trouble. Whereas Gen X was, let's get into trouble, baby. A very, very different attitude.
Well, the one thing we did is we kind of rejected you guys in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, yeah. You were told to. You were primed to. They wanted that to happen. Because we had won the culture part of the war. Hey, buddy.
Well, we were all tired of In Bloom. It was just a
oh God.
I grew up on alternative rock radio, and I know you're not a big alt rock guy.
No, I'm not.
And the problem with alternative rock radio is that at this moment, they're still playing In Bloom.
Yeah.
It's like, I hate Nirvana, not because they're a bad band. In fact, I think their like Kurt Cobain was very funny in his lyrics. I think they're a good band, but I think they suck because, the radio did that to them. I'm sorry, they only had 2 albums and then Kurt tragically passed on. And I'm like, okay, so why am I still hearing? And it's always In Bloom, and I'm like, have you heard the lyrics? This song is obnoxiously self-righteous.
Yeah, there was
Nobody gets me.
oh God. I forget which song it is, but it's a song on Prairie Home Invasion by Jello Biafra and Mojo Nixon. Where one of the lines is, I think it might be nostalgia for an age that never existed. But there's a line that goes, yeah, down by the river down by the bridge where my baby left me. Down by the bridge where my baby left me. I sit there thinking something. And then a guy came out looking for me. He said, I'm from Geffen Records. How'd you like $1 million? Whoa, poor pitiful me. Bored wide in the world's richest country. And I was just like, no. It was a complete condemnation of alternative rock.
Well, and I like alt rock, and as much as I hate him, I have a lot of nostalgia for the Smashing Pumpkins. But on the other hand, you're not wrong.
Yeah. It was the commercially acceptable punk rock, and because of that, it had no fangs. Some of the music was really good. It was probably worth millions of dollars, but it didn't have teeth,
if it's about music, then yeah, they did some, I like the combination of punk rock with progressive rock. That was really a thing. There's things I like about it, but if you're going for the rebellious teenage thing, it's the 90s. Listen to some fucking hip hop,
Yeah, the golden era gangster rap. It's not even my favorite genre of rap, but that's where there's a reason everyone went and saw Straight Outta Compton.
Right, if your options are I don't know, what's a 90s band? Creed or Tupac, what are you gonna pick?
Exactly.
Creed's a bad example because they're a Christian rock band, but you know what I mean.
That style of Yeah, exactly. There are actually a lot of great artists in the 90s, but a lot of them have been like buried and kind of forgotten
Mm,
because they didn't hit. They were subculture important, not like mainstream important, not like Nirvana. You know, Nirvana was very mainstream important, to the point where Kurt Cobain killed himself.
yeah.
Like I'm actually I'm actually very convinced that what was really going on, at least like inside of his head, is that he couldn't handle this. He couldn't handle stardom because it's not something a lot of people can handle, and he already had issues. Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Like he
You know,
became famous
you have to make a
while
lot of compromises to yourself in
well
order to
and
do that, and it's ugly.
well and the thing is like everybody focuses on his relationship with Courtney Love and what
Oh,
did
which
them
was no
fighting have to
good.
do with it. But the thing people kind of forget is both of these individuals became famous while struggling with a drug addiction. Like they were heroin addicts before they got famous.
Yeah. They were
That's gonna screw up a
in order.
relationship. And Courtney Love clearly has problems, like legitimate
Oh
issues.
my! Well, she has personality issues. Um,
I can't
they
diagnose, but
were
I think she's
the
borderline.
They were the Sid and Nancy of the '90s and everything that kind of fucking entails,
Oh
including
God.
kind of being a pale copy of those two characters.
I
Um,
mean, she was in the movie.
well, like Courtney Love was so hated
Yeah.
that Tori Amos wrote a diss track about her.
Well, and I have mixed feelings about Courtney Love because a piece of me kind of sympathizes with her because it's like she had tomatoes thrown at her right after her husband died. I imagine that was pretty traumatic. On the
Yeah,
other hand, she alienated people before her husband died.
yeah. Well, like to me, all sympathy went out the window when she basically took all the Nirvana money and left the rest of the band with nothing.
Yeah.
You know, like that was one of those like, well, I guess you'll just have to console yourself with your millions of dollars. Fuck you. You know, like
I mean, I I do maintain that I'm still pretty mad at Nirvana fans for accusing her of shooting him because I think
oh, I
that's
don't think she
fucked
shot.
up.
Like, let me put it this way: whether or not she contributed to him having the gun in his hand in the first place, she didn't pull the trigger.
Right.
You
But
know,
it's like, well, it's kind of like the Sid and Nancy thing. Like, I can see how that relationship might have driven a otherwise not violent person to that point. On the other hand, he stabbed a woman, you
oh
know,
yeah. No. The
which
whole
is what Johnny Rotten tried to tell people.
The Sid and Nancy thing was like, no, they were on a course for mutual self destruction. You know, there was no doubt about that.
Well, the
No
sad thing about
doubt
her
about that.
is I didn't know this, but I actually feel bad for her because schizophrenic and a drug addiction, that's not going to go well.
Correct. Yeah, and a lot of the drug addiction is self medicating. You
Yeah.
know, remember when Courtney said that Dave Grohl was grooming Francis Bean Cobain? Oh, don't pay attention, my mom. She is high. Yeah,
That sounds about right.
yeah. Because well, Courtney Love had to be in a fucking in fucking beef with Dave Grohl. He was the guy who was speaking up for the band.
Yep.
You know, he was the guy who was trying to get the band paid, and the biggest obstacle to that was Courtney Love,
Yep.
who he didn't like to begin with.
I imagine that none of his bandmates liked her.
No, they
Um,
didn't. They like you want to, man. You want to talk about fucking Yoko Ono for real? You know, like the
Yoko Ono's at least
animosity
bright
that
seeming.
yeah, the animosity that the Beatles, with the exception of Paul McCartney, had for Yoko Ono is actually very overblown.
Hmm.
But yeah, like Courtney Love was the real thing. Like she was the real deal. She was basically, I don't know if Nirvana would have held together anyway. We'll put it like that. You know.
I could see that. You
You know.
combine a heroin addict with
Yeah, thank you for
again,
the donation, Joe Care.
I can't diagnose, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was borderline. Like
Oh, I
she
guarantee she is.
you combine those two and it doesn't go well.
No. She's clearly borderline. Clearly. You know, like it. You just look at her behavior, and you're just like, yeah. You know, does she even like care about anything that happened outside of her need to fill that hole? Probably not. You
All
know.
I'm saying is she fucked Billy Corgan. Who fucks Billy Corgan? Like, even when he was famous, his albums were basically about how he's unfuckable. And he has, you know, he had a crappy upbringing, but like, so did every
Hey,
rock star.
She had to hang on to somebody else's coattails. You know, like no, I'm like dead serious. That's what fucking Tori Amos' song is all about. You know, star fucker, just like your daddy. That's about Courtney Love. You know, who's she talking about? Who's the star? You know, because Kurt Cobain had been dead. You know, who's she talking about? Damn. I was like, because I'm like, look, I know Courtney Love ain't as sweet as a lot of people think she is, but damn, that was raw, you know? Like that's like, oh shit, I didn't realize she had this in her, you know? Like, okay.
The sad thing is I genuinely like Hole. I think they're the better band than Fauna was.
Well, yeah, but like how much of that is Courtney Love and how much of that is the rest of the band?
Yeah, and also like she's not exactly a Riot Girl. Like that's the thing is she was very influenced by Riot Girls and I'm like I like Riot Girls better because at least they're funny.
Well, Riot Girl was
There's
like
a band named Bikini Girl.
yeah. That's a real thing. And one of the other things that was really cool about it is there is a deep connection between the Riot Girl thing and transgenderism, which is kind of what put it on a little bit of the outs with mainstream feminism at the time. You know,
Yeah.
look at that was a big deal. You know, that was a big deal. Because like it was a branch of feminism that was like kind of like not the Michigan Women's Music Festival.
Well, yeah, because like I remember when everyone nicknamed it lesbian rock. It was called lesbian or dyke rock before it was called the Riot Girl.
Yeah. Yeah, before it had a real word
that's why they
attached
named
to
a
it.
band the Breeders. The Breeders, the straight lesbian rock band.
Yeah.
I remember that.
There was I think what was it? Was it L7? I think.
I love L. Sullivan. I love L7.
Yeah, like one of the things about one of was it L7 or was it no, it wasn't L. I don't think it was L7. There was another lesbian band that turns out a lot of them were actually trans men. But now I can't remember who it was. It was a band that was in the same kind of like vein as L7.
Hearing about this, I'm not sure who they were, but I think I remember hearing of this.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like the Wachowski sisters where they all came out later, like all
Yes.
at once
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah. It was. I just can't remember who it was. Fuck. I'm like, was it? Hold on. Let me look at L7 covers. Maybe that'll. I can confirm or deny whether or not one was them. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing the cover that I know. So, what the fuck was it? Was it Babes in Toy? I don't think it was Babes in Toyland. It
Ratmobile? I don't know that.
no. Let's see.
Everybody in the chat loves L7. I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah,
L7
yeah,
is great.
yeah. It's a band I'm actually very surprised like people don't talk about anymore. Particularly because of its political importance. Now, it wasn't Babes in Toyland. What the fuck? All right, maybe if I look up bands like L7, maybe
add plus trans.
Similar
That's why I
artists.
like the Riot
Bands or
Girls,
albums like
it's super queer.
yeah, 10 femme and non-binary rock bands you need to know. Okay, maybe this will have it.
Well, there's Jane County, but that's from the 70s. Well, she's from the 70s.
No, seeing it.
The only trans feminist band I know.
Fuck. Hold on. Hold on.
This is going to be driving Jack crazy.
Yeah. This is going to be
for the rest of the night.
Okay. Do. Come on. Okay, I think I found it.
Well, he's looking. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you did.
All right, I did. It was Tribe 7. Sorry, Tribe 8. Tribe 8.
Okay, yeah.
It was Tribe 8. Is what I was thinking
Tribe
of.
8.
Yeah. Fronted by Lynn Breedlove. Yeah, I worked with her for a while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She had started up a cab service called Homobiles that I worked for. This is before Lyft, before Uber. In fact, it was while working for Homobiles that I ran into the guy who created Uber, and he is an asshole. He was always an asshole.
Shocks.
He also he used he used to run a limousine service, and he was known for being really skeezy. Which is how we ran into him, because we were like sometimes picking people up from the same place, and he was trying to poach all of the drivers from Homobiles to work for his new thing that he was building called Uber. And I had absolutely no interest in working for a man like that. So it was like, yeah, well, nice talking to you. Get that fuck out of my face. So like, story of my life is me walking away from more money than like I've walked away from so much money just because I didn't trust anybody involved. Not Homobiles, I'm sorry. Uber was one. Another one were the various companies started by Trip Hawkins, who's one of the founders of Electronic Arts, EA. Lot of other stuff. God, I've walked away from so much money. Because I really took to heart something that someone told me, which is like, never sign a contract with someone whose handshake you don't trust. And
that is good advice.
Yeah. It's also kept me poor, because anyone who has money is just, and this is particularly bad in America, they're just not trustworthy.
Right. The irony is you get rich by being willing to let yourself get screwed, but also being willing to screw other people.
Yeah. And being willing to screw the other people you're in business with. That's the level that American capitalism takes that a lot of other countries don't take as easily. Because in a lot of other places, it's pirate ship rules. You know, you might get screwed out of part of you might get screwed out of, you may not get as big a share of the treasure as other people, but you get it. But you get it. Why do you get it? Because they don't want to make the competition. They don't want to make competition. And because if you fuck someone over, hey, Lily, if you want, Alexander, how you doing? If you do that, you create competition. You create people who are not only competition, but they want to destroy you. You know,
Yeah.
so basically the problem with American capitalism is it creates its own predators. That's why they hold on to money and power, because while they have that level of money and power, they can steamroller anybody. But the minute they lose it, they get destroyed. They get eaten and destroyed because nobody wants to do business with them anymore. You know,
I mean, when you think about it, that's even true with some of the shit. Like think about Me Too, because a lot of that was a backlash against business.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
A lot of the guys who actually lost their careers were people who had already been losing their careers. Like they were already sort of on the outs anyway.
Yeah, they were falling, and so everyone was like, "Oh,
let's just kick you right out."
Yeah, Caesar this motherfucker, you know? Like, nothing would have happened to fucking Weinstein if there weren't a bunch of people on the way down that ladder willing to stick a knife in his back.
Right.
You know, and for good reason. You know, that's something you got to remember, and it's something that American capitalists tend to forget. They tend to forget that just because the fictional organization, i.e. the company, stays on top doesn't mean you do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can lose the empire easy. You can lose it easy, you know? So how hard do you want to hit the bottom? And it's also why you don't see as many people go to jail, because they're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen to them.
Right.
You know, they don't want that to happen to them. They don't, and they don't want to look weak.
Well, that was a lot of the problem is that don't read the news. They tell lies about us. Everyone was fucking saying that because they were telling things that they didn't want people to know.
Yes.
About themselves.
Yep.
And in fairness, like with the celebrities, like there was a legitimate reason for them to have a problem with the gossip industry. Don't get me wrong. But I sometimes wonder, like, okay, but how often did they actually lie about you? And how often was it just either none of our business, or was it just in your mind, or perhaps even truthfully unfair? Because yeah, absolutely. Like one of the things that always drove me nuts about celebrity gossip is how right wing it is and how judgmental it is.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
It's like
it's not left wing at all.
I mean, Daily Mail is more famous in England for gossip.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard right wing newspaper. And that was what always killed me. Like, I don't know why YouTube drama channels piss me off so. I do know why. I know why, because they all decided that they wanted to be predator catchers, and they have no idea what they're talking about.
Oh, see, I hate them. I hate them just for existing.
Oh, I agree.
Because, Lilith Lee says kind of what's happening with P. Diddy right now. Oh yeah, you're like, let's just be straight up. Why is what is happening to P. Diddy right now happening? It's because of that Cat Stevens interview.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
he even had a bad Cat Stevens interview.
Yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Cat Stevens called him out during that famous interview he had.
Oh dear.
Yeah. He's like, everyone know P. Diddy. Everyone know what he's doing.
Oh God, he
And he
dragged the
just
boomers into it.
he
That's
dragged well, basically what happened was he says that, and then some other people were like, yeah, yeah,
well, that's
he
like
did.
now.
And some of them are like people who are really who are actually influential in those industries. So yeah, Cat Williams. I'm sorry, Cat Williams, not
Oh,
Cat
Cat
Stevens.
Williams.
Cat
Okay,
Williams. I'm
I was
sorry.
about to say like Cat Stevens. He
Not
dragged
Cat
the boomers
Stevens.
into it.
No, 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 no. Cat Williams. Cat
Oh,
Williams
Cat
fucking
Williams will
fingered P.
rip
Diddy
you.
and a bunch of other people like, like Ice-T and some other folks were like, oh, is it open season now? Oh, it's open season on him now. Okay, great. Because there were a lot of people just waiting for the moment to fucking knife him, to proverbially knife him. And that's what's happening right now. They're doing it.
Because hip hop has never liked P. Diddy. Like Puff Daddy has been
No,
hated by his
no.
peers forever.
And now we're finding out why.
It's like,
Because,
oh, you
because remember, a lot of people are comparing this to the R. Kelly thing, but remember, R. Kelly was not hip hop; he was R&B.
right.
That was a different crowd.
And
Those are different dudes.
there was also a very specific attempt to get R. Kelly specifically off the radio at the time.
Yes, yeah,
Like he was actually canceled compared to a lot of other people who generally aren't. And I don't know what the right answer is because all of my favorite rock stars are rapists, but I listen to 70s, glam rock and all that stuff. So I'm not going to play hypocrite here, but um it's complicated and it's like I wonder who did you piss off for another reason with some of these guys with like with R. Kelly, like not R. Kelly because that was a community thing,
yeah.
but with the current example, like Dan Snyder from Nickelodeon, who'd you piss off? What'd you do?
The Dan Snyder thing.
Because they were covering
That okay.
his ass for a long time after he got
That
fired.
yeah.
That was compared to Pizzagate by the media.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Well, the thing is, okay, the weird thing about Dan Snyder is that his crimes are relatively minor compared
yeah,
to the other crimes that happened on his set that were done by his people. I
yeah.
don't
Like
know whether
his big crime is that he's
he's an abusive asshole.
yeah,
He's an
he verbally
abusive boss,
yeah, he abused children. That's basically his crime, but it's not
Well,
sexual
not sexual
verbally
abuse,
abuse.
but like emotional abuse.
Yeah.
Like he emotionally abused children and people who were working for him to an incredible degree. He destroyed careers that did not need to be destroyed. Stuff like that. But it's hard for me to say that he knew about the child molestation that was happening that was done by other people, because having been that close to someone who was doing that, no, you don't know. You
Right.
don't always know. Sometimes they hide
Well,
that shit. Sometimes that shit is really hidden. And it's hidden to the
well,
point where you don't even get a whiff of it. All you
well,
get
and
is hearsay and rumors, and the hearsay and rumors never add up. So you don't know what to do. Because
well, and
do
in
I
fairness,
believe this?
that's
It makes
just
no
kind
sense. And then it turns
and
out
in
it's real, and
fairness,
you're like, oh God, I had no idea what was going on. Because why? Because no one can directly talk about it.
well, and in fairness, that's how it just kind of became a problem problem in the first place in life. It's like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
you know, I, nobody knew that like I was sexually assaulted. Why? Because I didn't know I was supposed to tell anyone. I was a kid, and it's like, so that goes for years and years and years, and it's like
Yeah.
25 years later,
Yeah.
I'm having trauma flashbacks. Like that's just kind of how abuse works. Um, and so like I can see why it took so long with a lot of these people. Like we're seeing like allegations come forward from like 50 years ago, and it's like there's a piece of me is that's like I don't know how I can be mad at somebody for something from 50 years ago, and a piece of me is also like that's how trauma works though, it's a
Yeah.
complicated matter.
Joe Cara says, "Hey, Jags and Mears, Nickelodeon have a history of hiring pedos. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. An industry like that will attract
Who
them.
works with children?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, why
I
don't you
mean,
hear?
that's
Why do you not
been
hear as much of this stuff coming out of Cartoon Network? Because they don't directly. The business does not directly fucking deal with children. Children may be the audience, but they're not on the inside. Not with Cartoon Network. Why would you
right,
go through that hassle? It's mainly voice acting and animators. You know, so
right.
it's not as popular, but a place like Nickelodeon or Disney, where you have like live shows where adults are being put in charge of children on the set, that's what they go for.
Well, and the tricky thing with Dan Snyder is we do know that the one allegation that he knew about, the actor who made the allegation, I believe he
Yeah,
got the guy in jail, said he was supportive. So we don't really know what he knew.
yeah. We know that he
That
didn't
was
write
Drake.
one of the
Phil.
letters. Yeah, we know he didn't write a letter asking the guy to be. He refused to write like a character
Yeah.
letter for the guy. You know, whether that was cynical savviness or how he really felt, we don't know.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Disney and Nickelodeon children's sitcoms. Yeah, that's you'll notice that's when it all started. That's when it really starts
I wonder
because
if that's why, like, for so long, Nickelodeon was mostly live action, and then slowly it became Nicktoons. Like, over time, they started getting more and more rid of live action. And I'm wondering if that shit was part of the reason.
that the shift and then the shift back, the shift away from it. I mean, they when they first did it, yeah, it probably actually was. It probably did have something to do with it. But then they shifted back.
That's right,
And
'cause
that
that's
was because the ratings were dropping.
which is a shame because the era where Nickelodeon made so many cartoons was like the era where Nickelodeon had the best stuff on TV, even when you were an adult. Like,
Yeah, they were
I
doing
liked
really
As
well.
Told by Ginger. It was a good show.
Yeah, they did a lot of popular shit, and I can I I knew that that as much as I wanted to be an entertainer and a performer when I was a kid, I knew I didn't want to be a kid entertainer or performer.
Oh, that job just, even
I was.
aside from the abuse, it sounds awful.
Oh yeah, because there's nothing. Well, there's nothing. There's almost nothing but abuse of one type or another. Whether it gets sexual is one thing, although the odds are pretty high.
Right.
But
But like
the abuse of being in that
verbal abuse is
situation.
legal.
Yeah, yeah, you're allowed to treat people like shit, and I don't like being treated like shit, and I don't like being in. I won't put myself. I won't stay in a position where I'm being treated like ass.
Right. Well, I don't know. Honestly, for me, like with like kids in Hollywood, eh, granted, just have a lot of beef with the gossip industry, but it's like, um, why is this child on the cover of the National Enquirer? This is a kid, and we're gossiping about a kid.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean?
It's extra cruel.
Like,
It's extra cruel.
like I remember the Hanson era, and the youngest is close to my age, so I would have been like 10, and he would have been like 11, and I'm like, why is there gossip about an 11 year? I'm thinking this at 10. Why is there gossip about an 11-year-old?
Yeah,
It's bizarre.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it,
yeah. Well, one of the I've been trying to work through some emotional issues because
mm,
I don't know how to tell anybody. Let me say this: it has become increasingly obvious that the problem the problem of rape
mm,
is worse than I realized. It is baked in to the
mm.
way certain things are done. And I didn't realize it was that bad. I knew it was bad. I knew it was
You mean
bad
overall or specifically in business?
in business, how entrenched and codified it is in business.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Like that's the thing. That's the thing nobody wants to bring to the light of day because everyone's afraid of what will happen. Everyone's afraid of what will happen. People will lose their jobs. Innocent people will lose their jobs and careers. Things
Well,
like
and
that.
that's
And
like,
then you realize, oh shit, this is how it keeps happening.
yeah, I mean, that's the tricky thing is
Yeah, it's
also
not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah.
like, that's the tricky thing is also like, why don't people report this shit? Because that's my boss, and the option is they either fire me for fucking my boss or fire the person who runs the company.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, like that is victim blaming is part of making business decisions.
exactly.
You know,
Exactly. Yeah, it's super upsetting. It's very upsetting. And how to put it, man, no, nothing's immune. Nothing is immune to this. And that's what I mean by it's worse than I thought. Because I I'm not a rapist.
I'm glad.
The probably one of the worst things I've ever done was be drunk and cop a feel. And it was after I did that that I was like, wait, that was fucked up. Why'd I do that? Well,
Right.
I ain't gonna do that again. You know, you know. And but that person's allowed to think I'm an asshole. I
Exactly.
hope they don't because it wasn't meant to be an abusive or possessive thing. It
Well,
was
and I think, sorry.
it was I, I thought we were dancing. What we there was nothing else came of it. Nothing else happened. So I was just sitting there left going, why'd I do that?
Right.
Why'd I do that? That was terrible. Like, hell's wrong with me?
Well, and
And I
I think
sat
that
with
is
that
the,
for a
sorry.
while.
I think that's the difference between like you're basically a good guy. Like I think that's the
I
difference
try to
between
be.
being a good guy who fucks up sometimes because everybody does, and a creep is you recognize, yeah, that person gets to not like me after that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
No,
creeps do
totally.
not, you know?
Yeah, like no, that girl gets to not like me,
It's
and
like,
I have to just accept that. Because what my all I can do is apologize, and I will
it's like,
totally do that
that
if the
what that
opportunity ever arises. But if not, then
that's
I
the
must
one thing
then I
that
just
blows
have to
my
live
mind
at
about the
that.
one friend who that's the thing that blows my mind about the one friend who SA'd me when I was a kid is I'm
Ooh.
like, she doesn't get that I'm allowed to not like her after that. Like, oh, she's tried to stalk me. Like, hi.
Yeah, that's how
I
you
wouldn't
know.
be surprised if she
That's
watches
how
this.
you know. That's how you know it's not about sex. That's how you know it's
Sexless,
yeah,
least
yeah, yeah.
sexy.
Yeah, that's how you know it's not about sex for them either. It's about the control. It's about the power, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that specifically was about the fact that I said no. Like, that was like, this was a small act. Like, it sounds weird to say, but this wasn't actually that traumatic. It was the fact that it was an overall part of an issue with boundaries,
Yes,
and
yes,
emotional
yes.
boundaries are a lot harder to deal with mentally. And I think like, I think everybody's said this, like in abusive situations, like the emotional shit is way worse than anything physical.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like,
I
no,
like
that's
like
fucking
like
true.
that girl, the girl I'm talking about, she could have slapped me and been in the right. And at that point, no, 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 totally, 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 she could have. And I'd just be like, oh shit, what was I doing? You know, but I also know that there's this possibility if she had done something, people would have taken sides, and that would have been worse.
Right.
That would have been bad because at that point, everyone else is involved. And I'm like, but she was right to do that. She was right to slap me in the face. I crossed
Yeah.
a line, you know.
And the thing that makes it, traumatic is what happens next.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how true that was until a few years ago.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like there is a that's why I always say you're looking for the pattern. You're looking for the
Hmm.
pattern. You're looking for someone constantly doing this. You know, Let me put it this way. Someone says somebody raped them, I tend to believe it, even though
Right.
I have been in situations where that accusation was just absolutely false. But I tend to believe it still.
Right.
But I still tend to believe it because uh, I know how common it is. I know how common it is. And if a person is going to lie about something like that, there are other things that are going to tip you off. There are other things that are going to
Well,
tip you off. And because at that point, you you have to play a long game with it. If especially if you're not directly involved, you have to play a long game with it because you go, okay, now I got to keep my eye on this person and find out, has this happened before with them? Because if it hasn't, then the accusation is what looks wrong. But if it has, then you're like, oh, this is fitting a pattern. This is fitting a pattern of their
right.
behavior. Yeah, I believe it. You know,
Because if somebody does that, my first instinct, and this may be because of, things I've experienced, but my first instinct is what really happened. Like, not like you lied about X, but did somebody else do something? Are you angry at them for like what's going? It's such a like, this is why, like, everyone wants to pull out statistics and stuff, and this is why you believe victims. And I'm like, the statistics, if you read the studies, they're not saying what you say they're saying, guys. It doesn't say 2%. of people are lying. It says that about 80-something% of cases we'll never know the answer to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the real thing is that everybody knows that it's wrong to lie like that. Like even like people who have been in
Yeah.
that situation, we all
Yeah.
agree as a group, don't do that. You know what people disagree on? What the definition of sexual misconduct is, what the definition of abuse is, and so that's
Yeah.
why it's like, that's why you believe people. But it's like, if somebody lies about that, it's like, okay, did something else happen? Are you malicious in other ways? Do you hate this person for a specific reason I don't know about? It's very baffling to me almost when people do. And I've seen that as well. Like it does happen. But
Yeah.
it's like, do you need to see a therapist? Because usually people don't want to pretend they've been victimized. In the
Yeah,
case I'm
yeah.
thinking
There
of,
are there are there are people that do, but they tend to be manipulators themselves.
and the one case that, or I know of a couple, but the one case that I do know about, it turned out it was Darvo. The person who accused the person who accused lied about being sexually assaulted, actually sexually assaulted the other person.
Who's Darvo?
Oh, Darvo is it's basically it's playing the victim. It's what is it? It's a
Oh,
type of abuse tactic to deny that, and it's switching the victim. It's playing the
right,
victim.
right,
It's a
right. Okay.
snap.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's like this person accused someone else of sexually assaulting them, and it turned out this person had actually sexually assaulted the other person. Um, that that was the craziest thing I ever
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like a lot of people are, yeah, a lot of people are fucked up. But oh no, there's no but to that. Actually, now I think about it, like some people are just really fucked up. You know, yikes. But yeah, yeah, no, no, no. Some people do that. Yeah, some people do that. I don't know why.
Thank you, Falsifer. It's deny, attack, reverse,
Reverse
victim,
victim
and
and offend.
and offend.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got
I
it.
think it's
Yeah.
just like this fancy psychiatric way of saying playing the victim.
Yeah,
But
in a way, yeah. Like I I'll never forget. Oh God, I'll never forget the one time where it was like, oh, we know that didn't happen.
uh,
Which was caught someone literally in the act of injuring themselves while accusing the other person of doing it. Like literally red-handed.
like they
Literally
like
red-handed.
self-harmed and then blamed it on someone else, you mean? Or
Yeah, while that person is huddled in a corner nowhere near them.
Fatal Attraction is a
Because yeah, yeah, yeah,
documentary.
yeah, 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 yeah. It was exactly that. To the point, like the biggest miscalculation that person made is they didn't realize that a bunch of guys were going to break the door down. Like everyone thought they were going to be rescuing her,
I mean,
and then to get the door open, see that, and they're like, "What the fuck?" Yeah.
I'm glad they did that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like that could have been even worse.
See,
And
this is, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary people, is why you need to listen to victims, because you have to find out why they said that.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
At the very least, you have to find out why they said that, you know?
Yeah, like to me it's one of those like if to me when it's dealing with people that I don't know, it's like a celebrity or something.
Right.
One accusation, all right. Withholding
50.
judgment, but I'm on notice. I'm on alert. 2, okay, not looking good. 3, yeah, it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened.
Because how many people are going to lie about you?
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Especially if they
Well, and
have no,
particularly with
especially if their only connection with each other is that one person.
Well, particularly with
Terrifying.
celebrities and like the Me Too thing is what people forget is because they remember the allegations by other celebrities. Most of the allegations are made by fans. One crazy fan is
Yeah.
one thing, two
Yeah.
crazy fan is another, but how many people are going to spend money to see your thing and then try to ruin your life
Yeah,
for no reason?
exactly. Like that doesn't happen. That doesn't really happen. That's why when people are like, "Do you think Michael Jackson did it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do. I do think Michael Jackson did something." You know?
Of course he did
Yeah,
it.
of course he did.
I say this as someone who likes Thriller. Of course
Yeah,
he
yeah,
did it.
yeah,
Because
totally.
what 12-year-old is going to lie about their favorite pop star? You
Exactly.
know?
Exactly. It's
You
oh.
want your favorite pop star to be your best friend.
Yeah. Oh, now people are
Oh,
talking about Warp Tour. Oh, jeez. Nicholas
I don't know
Gray.
much about the Warp Tour.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was not my generation. I was back in my day. It was fucking what?
Yeah,
Wait.
I
You
know
talking to
about
Nicholas
Gabby
Gray?
Vanity,
Not
but
Nicholas Gray talking about Nick Gray news on Instagram. This whitest looking white guy that ever whited. I I'll be honest. You tell me he's a sexual predator, I believe it. You know. Oh, the Rammstein guy. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I know, right? That pissed me off. That one pissed me off.
oh, that one
I was
I
so
don't know
mad
about.
about that.
I like Rammstein. What happened?
Oh, lead singer's a rapist.
Big shock.
Yeah, big shock. Big shock, but also like, God damn it. Can you let me have something?
I feel like
Let
a
me
lot
have
of people
something here.
feel like that's how a lot of people felt about Marilyn Manson when that whole thing went down because it's like, we defended you. Now, granted,
Yep.
I stand behind defending him. He did not do Columbine, but I'm not here for his attempt to try to be the Marquis de Sade either.
Yeah, well, for me, God, it still made me angry. It still made me mad.
You're doing
Actually,
BDSM wrong.
one thing that I remember, the one that really made me angry, like where I got super angry, was Max Landis.
Yeah,
Max
I can
Landis,
see that.
that made me extremely mad. Um, because I did defend that guy. I defended him
That's fair.
artistically because his writing is really good. But then I didn't find out until later that the reason everyone hated him was because of the sexual assault allegations, which I had not caught wind of. Because, how
Mm,
to put it, I am a dude and I had no connection to Max Landis or anyone who knew him. To me, he was a screenwriter,
right.
you know, and that was
He's
it.
the guy who did Bright.
He's the guy. Yeah, he's the guy who did Bright. He's the guy who did American Ultra. Like he's the guy who
I
wrote
read
Chronicle. All good movies.
I read his eventual response and I kind of found it baffling because it's like I actually don't mind if he's going to talk about how that situation made him feel. I'm curious to know what that would be like, so go right on ahead. But it's like you're comparing yourself to your dad, and you're bringing up the helicopter incident. I'm like, if you're trying to get people to sympathize with you,
So
Why
you're
are you
trying to
bringing
say it
up?
was indirectly your fault.
And it's like, I get wanting to stick up for your dad, but also this is not the time to bring up the
That's,
fact
yeah,
that you
I
think your dad
wouldn't,
didn't do anything
I
wrong.
would, yeah, I would not have gone there because it's like,
Like,
whether
make that
or
a
not,
separate blog, dude.
yeah, well, also, it also helps that I saw a movie that was one of his, written and directed by one of his ex-girlfriends, where the villain is clearly Max Landis.
Oh, is that one of that was the oh
It was
shoot
one of
from
the
that sick.
It was one of the Bloomhouse Hulu movies.
I remember that. It was the one where with the band, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That one was tough. Like
yeah. Because they
I liked that song,
hats off,
but
hats off to the actor who played the villain. Because he who they're if you're familiar with Max Landis, you knew who he was being. Hey, what's up? Oh, yeah, I should probably do that.
why hello YouTube. Apparently he left me in charge. Oh, okay, he's got
Yeah,
food.
yeah, yeah. RL, the singer one, the one about the singer. It's great. It's really, really, really fun.
I
But
liked
like
the
that movie came from a real place.
I liked the one about the Jesus camp. That one. I thought that one was great.
The Jesus Camp one where Lilith shows up.
That one was great because you know what it was? It was the freaking preacher that like sold it. So he sold that fucking Kirk Cameron kids minister thing where it's like, you know, I'm super nice. He reminded me, I know you're not a Daria guy, but for those who are in the chat, he reminded me of Mr. O'Neill.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, just because I did look, I was alive in the 90s. I totally watched Daria. It just wasn't my thing. Like
Everybody watched it, even if it was like Power Rangers for elementary school kids. It's like if you were an elementary school kid at the time Power Rangers came out, you hated it and watched it every day anyway.
Yep, because it was on, Oh man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That one was also the fact that they just, oh god, that part where you realize, oh, the girls have been offered to the boys already. When that level of it gets revealed, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh no, kill them all. Like they know what's going on.
It's like
I wonder
I
how
don't know
much
what
of that was. I know a lot of that must have been going on where I was, but I was not one of the favored sons. And so they don't do that if you're not one of the favored ones. If you're not, the chosen whites, they don't do that for you.
Oy. Oh shoot. See, that was the thing about I forget what they called them, daughter and dad prom, whatever they Christians call that thing. Like, okay, the idea of going to a dance with your dad is cute up until you bring in wedding rings. I mean, promise rings. Like, no, no, this has all kinds of implications I don't like.
Yeah, and you're like, how child bridey are we gonna get here? And then it turns out all the way.
They are called promise rings, right?
Yeah, they are called promise rings. Yeah.
That bothers me because promise ring, there already was a concept of a promise ring and it involved sex,
Hey, like, I'm apparently one of the only people in the fucking world that I was like, what's the difference between a virgin? What's the importance of virginity? It's like, well, if you're a virgin, you haven't had sex yet. At least not with another person,
Yeah.
Another person's body was not involved.
Right.
What
does that
and
even
that's
mean when you
just
think about it?
yeah, and that to me was just Yeah, because a lot of things do change. The minute you do that, things do change. Things do change for you. So it is like an important moment, but the fear and shame surrounding it is insane.
Yeah.
Particularly around losing it. Because there are sometimes when, as you know, that matter is taken out of your hands.
Yep.
Does that count? And
Right.
emotionally, to me, I'm like, no,
Right.
it doesn't. It doesn't count. Why? Because
Because
that's not how it's supposed to go. That's not how it's supposed to happen.
well, particularly if like, since we're talking Christianity, we're talking about like the importance they place on, virginity, and it's like, okay, but then losing your virginity is the first time you say yes, because that's a decision you made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like, and luckily, like, I didn't grow up in a very hard line culture. Like, I Reformed Jewish. We were basically the Jewish equivalent of Methodists. So like it was pretty chill, you know. We had pepperoni pizza at bar mitzvahs. It was a thing. But you know, but it's like I do feel for like a lot of like, evangelical kids, because it's like that's a real common problem. And it's like, okay, where do you go from there? You know?
Yeah. Real quick
I know,
aside, I
like,
think
because
it's
you grew
really.
up evangelical and Catholic, and so, like, yeah, both really.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's so I saw like how it works from two different angles, and it's not good. It's never good because it gets weird and twisted. And this is what I have kind of noticed. This is something that I have noticed, which is all the guys are looking for that connection with, you know, the proverbial feminine.
Right.
It's what they're looking for. After, you get to a certain age, it's what they're seeking. I assume if you're born a girl, the same thing kind of works in the opposite direction. But the funniest thing is that the person who has the easiest time accepting it once it has been found were gay guys. Not attracted to the female body, but were attracted to the type of energy that we usually lump in with femininity.
Yeah.
You know.
Although I gotta say, gay men love boobs more than straight men.
Oh yeah. Well, they're open about it
Yeah.
because it's not it coming from them. It's non-threatening.
Right.
They're gonna look. They might want to touch, but that's gonna be it. Like that's gonna be it. So it's much less threatening. Just like it's way less threatening for a guy if a heterosexual dude gives you a pat on the ass. But if a known gay guy does it, all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, are there expectations? What do I do?
There was a meme that did make me laugh. What was it? Homophobia is the fear straight guys have that they'll be treated by gay men the same way they treat
women? Yeah. That's true. That's very true, because I noticed a shift in my own mindset when that happened to me.
Yeah.
Because it's that feeling of like, that's why when I got it. It was like, oh, it's not that a guy is grinding up on me. It's that this guy is doing it and I don't like him. And I was like, is it ever the one, so I started asking, girls who are into guys, is it ever the one that you got your eye on that comes over and does that? And they're like, no, never.
No,
Never
nope.
is. It's always the one you're like, please not him. You know?
Well, the
That's the
problem
one
is
that's going to
very
do it.
often the guy who's going to come over and do that is not the one anyone's.
Exactly. This is their moment, and they're like, I gotta take this or I'll never have anything.
Yeah.
This is the mindset. But anyway, as I was saying, like they're all looking for that feminine connection, but the world does not want them to have that. Not in the way that really matters. They create this artificial scarcity.
Right.
They implant this idea that there is a scarcity of this thing. And then they use that to justify everything.
Well, yeah, I feel like a lot of like sexism comes down to, specifically misogyny, comes down to this combination, resenting the pedestal, because there is a certain pedestal that femininity and specifically womanhood is put on, and nobody likes being on it because the golden child is a terrible role.
Yeah, it's not
You
good.
don't gain anything from it because you lose your rights over it. It's like the cult of true womanhood thing. It's like women are morally superior, which means if a woman acts like a man, that she's a worse person than a man is when he acts like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's honestly kind of disturbing.
It's super disturbing. It's super, super disturbing.
Okay, so like the goal of, I suppose, the patriarchy is, we love women, we got to get a woman, so we're going to treat her like shit and make sure she doesn't have a job.
Yeah.
Like, and that's not how, that is not how you turn people on.
Yeah, because it doesn't care about that. It doesn't care about that.
Yeah.
It doesn't, it does not care about the pleasure of anybody. All everyone knows.
Nuclear family over everything.
All anyone knows is that if you have the most money and the most power, you can get away with what you want. That's what they know.
Here's what kills me. So, like, patriarchy is like essentially the nuclear family in society form, right? And I'm like, okay,
in a way,
who wants either of these roles? The option is either to be, the sidekick, or to be the guy who works all day, is emotionally unavailable, can't talk to anyone about things, and doesn't love their family. Like, my job is to come home and discipline the kids and go to sleep. That's a terrible way to live.
It is.
It's like one of the things about coming out as trans is it kills gender roles because it makes it so apparent that that has nothing to do with anything. It's just stupid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But now we've got everybody. One of the things I really, really, really hate about the online trans debate is if there was a debate to be had, right? It's like, I'm like, trans people exist? Yes. Okay. Debate's over.
We're debating. It's the frustrating thing about being queer in general is you're debating about the existence of a demographic that's right in front of you.
Yeah. You're exactly. So one of the things about the trans debate online is how often it becomes semantical. It's like, what is anyone saying when they use words? because think about how it changes the language. I'm not saying
Right.
it's good or bad. I'm saying it's a thing that happens, you know.
Right.
So it becomes really hard to separate friend from foe, you
Yeah.
know, because also like it's harder it's harder to make it's harder to get to the point of what I call crude acceptance. Um, that moment when you know you're really, 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 really close with someone because they occasionally give you shit. And now
Right.
you have like a collective understanding of that. And one of the ways that people do that is through slurs. You know, why is the black community allowed to use the N word? That's why.
Right.
You know, because they've taken back that and have found the one context in which it's not necessarily racist, and that is if a black man uses it to refer to another black person. Now, can it still be racist even in that context? Yes. And that's why
Mhm.
no one else is allowed to even try. You
Yeah.
know?
Because it's like I don't have the new like even if I like I don't have the nuance to use it right at the end of the day. Like even if it wasn't also like it's a safety issue at the end of the day. A
Yeah, yeah,
white
yeah.
person who says that word is unsafe. But it's like I also just don't have the nuance. Like,
Yeah, because you didn't grow
I
up. You
wasn't
didn't.
raised with that
Yeah,
shit.
you didn't grow up in that community. You can't have it. You didn't grow up with it. You
Mm,
know, like they will let you know if it is okay. You do not bring it up.
yeah.
You know,
You get the
they
pass
let
by
you
not
know.
wanting the pass.
If you get the pass, they'll let you know.
Yeah.
You know, um, they
If
will
you don't
let
ask
you
for
know.
it.
And remember, those credits don't transfer.
Yep.
You know, but the trans community also has that. They also have that.
Okay.
Where, but it's a little bit different because it's, and this is where I mean it kind of becomes semantical, which is, for example, some trans women like it when you refer to them as a woman and just, she, her.
Right.
Others don't, you know. So you can't come with the assumption that it's going to be one way or the other. Um,
Yeah.
and that creates problems because that becomes linguistical very quickly, because you're like, wait, what? How do I negotiate this linguistically? Like they're two different paths,
It's
and
hard.
you don't necessarily know which one to use, and sometimes you'll get familiar and you'll forget that you're supposed to ask, and things like
Yeah.
that. Like that
Well,
happens all the time.
and the
You
tricky
know
thing is a lot of these language nuances are things that trans people are debating with each other a
exactly,
lot.
exactly.
Like it's the whole like am for instance like the big famous like JK Rowling blow up because
Oh
or I was going to say
yeah,
fuck up that's true too but that's that well that started
I
because
call her
trans
that
people
bitch.
stopped letting her use yeah, I call her Mama Joanne because she thinks she's my mother and she's projecting her dad onto me and it's weird. Um,
I
but
know, right?
like
Anyone,
I know enough about
anyone who either had or could theoretically have a penis is not a woman in her world.
it's like I know enough about her story that I'm like I understand why you have daddy issues and why it's connected to gender. please stop projecting your daddy issues onto me
Yeah,
because you're
yeah,
acting
yeah,
like him towards me. It's
yeah.
weird.
Because yeah, my answer to that is, but fuck you anyway.
But
Look at what you're
yeah,
saying. Look at what you're saying about people you don't even know.
well, she's turning her trauma triggers into a political cause, and I'm like, that is how bigotry becomes a
It
thing.
is. It is.
But that the big blow up on Twitter really happened when she freaked out over the phrase people with periods, and a lot of people, including me, were like, well, I actually don't like that phrasing either. I just think you're being a cunt. But
Yeah.
it's like there
Yeah.
is the debate amongst trans men is between AFAB and people with periods, because some people don't like AFAB because it still implies female, and I'm like, okay, but I am a fabulous man, so
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. It becomes a very, like I said, it becomes semantical very quickly.
because the one thing I will say is I understand why people think people with periods sounds objectifying, because that does kind of sound like you're about to make a joke about not trusting anyone who bleeds for a week and doesn't die. I get it. It's just,
Yeah,
it
it's
it's hard
odd.
with the funny thing is a lot of these problems could be solved if you just remove the gender from the sentence. Like, that there was an article about tampons. How about tampons for everyone who needs them? Problem solved.
Yeah.
I also just generally don't understand. I understand. Listen, I understand that a lot of people felt shamed growing up about that particular part of a life for people born female.
Mm.
I don't understand the glorification of it. I'm like, it's still like painful and gross. Like, it's
Oh,
just you're
menstruation.
not gross for it. Yeah, it's like it's just you shouldn't feel bad about it, but it hurts like a bitch. Come on.
Well, the thing that I find so weird is about that is it is a massively common human experience, right? Roughly half the population, give or take, right? Like
Yeah.
experiences that. Why do we have no real ways to cope with it? Why is it the
Because nobody
thing
would
why is it the thing that no one's ever supposed to know about? We all know about it.
honestly, because I don't know if this is even true. I think everyone's afraid that cis men are going to be grossed out by it, and I'm like, I mean, if you are, you're weird because it's grosser for me than you. I'm the one who has to deal with the shit.
I the
I mean,
only
I get
time
like if
I was
somebody leaves some on the
ever
toilet seat, but
yeah, the only time I was ever afraid of a period was one time when I took my girlfriend's panties off. She was on it and there was just blood everywhere. And so my immediate thought was, oh my God, we have to call the hospital. Like that was my thought. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. No, no, no. Next second later, oh, wait. Right. She told me it was that time of the month. And my intellectual brain figured it out immediately, but the rest of me was like,
there's something wrong. Are you okay?
yeah,
Did
yeah,
I do
yeah. That
something?
do something? Were there razor blades up there? I don't know. But yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the only time I've ever been. I've ever been scared by a period. Every other time was just sort of like, yeah, that's something that happens. You
I
know.
mean, I get the apparently the Carrie thing, the opening scene in Carrie, apparently
Oh
that's a common
yeah.
experience, and I'm like, that's upsetting that people's parents just don't just take them aside and like that's what my mom did. She's like, "All right, I'm gonna show you a maxi pad. We're gonna have this talk."
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
It's like
that's how it's supposed to work.
you're getting to the age where this is going to become an issue. It's going to be sometime now, between now and maybe 3 years later. But trust me, what happens, you're going to want to know this. You know?
Our school took. Okay, this is what
Want to
killed
know
me.
why women in the old days generally wore skirts?
I love this. Our school took us aside and talked about periods. They took the boys aside and talked about wet dreams, and I'm like, their conversation, I bet, was a lot more fun.
It was
I mean,
less traumatic. I'll give you that. Then again, I was one of those like people that I wanted to know what they were telling the girls. I wanted to know what they were telling the girls that they weren't telling us. You know, so it was one of those like, huh? Oh, okay.
see, that's why I switched teams because I was curious to find out what the teacher was telling them. But it's I don't know. It is kind of funny because it's like I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I think actually I may
I
have.
went and caught the ADHD.
Well, like I think that there were 2 movies I remember that taught me about menstruation. One was Carrie. The
Yeah.
other was Blue Lagoon. Both movies I saw when I
I've
was
never seen Blue
really
Lagoon.
young. White guys have
I don't
incest
remember when
fantasies.
I saw
People got incest fantasies. I don't know what to tell you. That's the whole point of that movie.
It's a problem.
That's the whole point of that movie. Brother and sister fucking each other. That's the whole point of that movie. Made fucking.
Isn't that the whole point of Flowers in the
Well, yeah, that's the more traumatic version. That's the more traumatic version. Blue Lagoon is a lot less traumatic. Although it's because that one's more Romeo and Juliet. Except there's nobody else there. It's weird.
the one with Brooke Shields?
Yeah,
Right?
Brooke Shields made Brooke Shields' career. Made her so much money she never really acted again.
She's been doing cameos as a career since I think she turned 18.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty much what she
Yeah,
does.
yeah. And
Kind of love her for it, to be
well,
honest.
apparently she is an amazing talk show host guest. Like,
She's very, very smart, so I imagine she would
oh yeah,
be fun.
she ain't dumb. You know,
Yeah.
like another one is actually apparently a really, really, really good guest. It was Carmen Electra.
I could see that.
Yeah, she's apparently very fun, very pleasant and easy to be around. You know, like that's
That
why
was the
they both
only
kept getting on talk shows. You
that was
know.
the only Howard Stern interview I could sit through, so I could see her being generally a good guest.
Oh yeah. Because like, there's nothing Howard Stern could throw at her that she couldn't toss back. You know.
That's why it worked, is because like Howard Stern's a dick. Well, you know what? You're going up against Carmen Electra. She deals with guys like you all the time.
Yeah. She eats guys like you for brunch. You know, like she's not worried. You know. But yeah, Blue Lagoon is brother and sister are lost on an island. They grow up together. They have sex. They die at the end. Their child is rescued by people. End of story. You know,
Oh
like
God, that poor incest island
more.
baby.
There's more to it. Like there is a moment where like the girl realizes, she starts menstruating and doesn't know what's going on. You know, so I see that scene. I'm like, Dad, what just happened? Because we were watching on cable, and I was like 8. You know, I was like 8 or 9. You know, I was really young. And I was like, Dad, what the hell was that about? Why is she bleeding? Why is she just running off? I don't understand anything that's going on here. And he was like, oh, well, when women grow older, they sometimes bleed between their legs. Does it hurt?
Yep.
A little bit. Is it just women? Yep. Even mom? Yeah. Yeah. Even mom kid. Even mom son. Oh. So when does that start happening? Around 16. Like he just pulled a number out of his ass that sounded good. But like that was good enough for me, right? Because I'm 9 years old.
Yeah.
My dad's dropping some knowledge on me. So I just accepted it. So by the time they got around to the sex education, I had already asked almost all those questions. I had asked
I feel
almost
like
all of
you
them.
got a lot of your education from your
I
dad,
did. I did.
just based on the things you've said over the years.
Mm-hmm. You know, what's like I even got the masturbation talk, even though we didn't use that word.
Okay, because I was never raised Christian and my denomination of Judaism was very liberal. This is the impression I get about Christians and sexuality is that the girls are raised to be very afraid of sex, and the boys are, people assigned male at birth anyway, are raised to be horrified by the fact that they want to masturbate.
Yes,
Is that kind of
that's kind of
that's
true.
kind of the thing?
That's reasonably accurate. That's
Because like,
reasonably accurate. I do. Although the funny thing is, sorry, now I'm thinking about those days, those really young days. One of the things I think is really interesting about my own like sexual development is, despite the fact that I was brought up with the same insane magazine beauty standards as everybody else, and I went along with that for a while, relatively early on meaning like 7th grade.
right.
So what would I have been? 14, 15, something like that. I realized that there was a disconnect within me between what everyone said was hot and what made my dick hard.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
can see that.
and I decided when it came to whatever I wanted to have sex with, I was going to let that do the talking.
Well,
You know,
sorry. The funny thing for me is I feel like one of the few positive things that social media did for the world is it kind of made you realize how stupid some of these beauty standards are just because, okay, first of all, I think everybody basically agrees that having the standard of beauty be based on do men want to fuck you is already a little silly.
yeah,
But also
yeah,
it's like even if like that wasn't kind of stupid, um I can go on Twitter and find out that dudes have a very, very diverse.
yeah, yeah.
That's
What
what
they're attract,
Pornhub teaches you.
yeah. There is actually a pretty wide scope of things that people are physically attracted to. You know, really wide. It's why, and that's also how I like started to realize, oh, when girls say it's your personality, they mean it.
Yep.
They mean it. That's the truth. Whether you know,
I
don't tend
mean,
to lie about that. That people don't tend to lie about that. You
smart,
know,
funny, and good looking. I honestly think smart, funny, and good looking is everybody's kind of trifecta,
yeah.
but
But what good looking means?
right.
That's that's
What's
much
smart and funny
wider.
mean?
Yeah, well, we have a better idea what smart and funny is. Not
Yeah,
sounding like a dumbass and making you laugh.
right.
Whereas good looking, that's other than so, other than bathed recently, bathed recently, and even then,
There's that person.
there's a little wiggle room.
Ideally, just don't look like you stink.
Yeah, or look like you smell the right way. You know, that's the biker look. You know, do they look like they don't smell? No, but they look like they smell like motorcycle. You know,
Yeah.
and there are
And
people attracted to that.
that just makes them look like they smell cool.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the one thing about bikers is if you want to be cool into your 60s, you need a motorcycle. However, you don't buy the motorcycle at 40. That just makes you having a midlife
Midlife crisis.
crisis.
Hey, I've thought of having a midlife crisis since I was in my 20s.
Same.
Yeah, my biggest problem is I I feel way safer in a car.
Yeah, same.
I feel way safer in a car. Yeah, so there's
Well,
where I'm a pussy. Um,
I've I've been to the funeral of somebody who
ooh,
passed from,
me
and
too.
it was
Me
that
too.
was awful.
Yeah, me
Felt so
too.
bad for everybody.
Yeah, because it can happen so suddenly. You know,
Yeah.
like
Well, and
imagine
that's why.
every minor fender bender you've gotten into and realize in a motorcycle there's no minor.
Well, that's the one thing about this is like there's a disconnect culturally in bikers between where I grew up, which was upstate New York, and down here, which is that upstate New York, for all its flaws, has a real biker culture. Florida has a bunch of idiots on motorcycles.
I I know what you're talking. I know what you mean. Like upstate New York, like for all the that's where all the really infamous like fucking motorcycle clubs are or
Yeah.
were. You know,
Well, it's
like
just
the
like
pagans. Like holy shit.
you can see like because it's a subculture really.
Oh, it
It's a
is.
series of subcultures, but it's like like when you hang out with bikers in New York, you kind of know what the rules are. In Florida, you just see like they're regular guys and they don't know how to use a helmet. Like that's what always killed me. I'm like, even before helmet laws, real bikers wore helmets.
Yeah, yeah. W- they would decorate them. That's why you get like the fucking motorhead horns and all that shit. You know.
And they're the ones who realize that you look cooler if you wear the helmet anyway.
Yeah,
It's part of the
yeah,
look.
yeah. Especially when you're older and bald. Come on. You know.
You got the helmet, you've got the leather jacket, which has a practical purpose internet,
Yes.
and you've got the sunglasses, and you've got that ZZ top beard that I want.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna take a while for me to finish puberty. However, I want that beard, mostly because I come from a family that has that percentage of Irish heritage where just parts of your beard are red and then the rest of it's either your entire beard is red even though you don't have red hair or there's like red stripes
Yeah.
and I'm like I want to
Mm-hmm.
see how much of my beard is red.
I know
Yeah,
what you mean. If I could grow,
motorcycle there are motorcycle taxis in Bangkok. That sounds cool though. Sorry.
yeah, it's just terrifying.
Ah,
Remember, it's a taxi. That means you're in the bitch seat.
that's true.
Or it's like a rickshaw.
Hold on tight.
Yeah, hold on tight. Here we go. Gonna be a
Okay.
bumpy ride.
Okay, yeah, I'm not putting that I'm not doing because I am not putting my hands on the waist of some random stranger I just paid.
Yeah.
Unless, you know.
Well, yeah, like fucking I think it was Taiwan had to make like rickshaws illegal. Too many people were getting killed. Too many
Oh,
people were
Jesus.
dying. Yeah. But yeah. There's so anyway, yeah, I just remember this girl and she was one of the heavier girls, but she had that,
Yeah,
you know. And
the super hourglass.
oh, yes. Yes. And so
Honestly.
there was that was a moment where I was like Huh.
Yeah, see,
Okay. You
that's
know.
my beef with fat shaming. I'm like, okay, first of all, some of it's personal, but also, I'm sorry, you're really telling me you would turn down Queen Latifah?
I know,
You
right?
would not turn down Queen Latifah. Queen Latifah would turn you down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, come on, for real. You know, but, oh, one thing I really can't stand. Well, this is really about health. Then why do you care? We don't want people getting the wrong impression. What's the wrong impression? That's
It's like
okay. That's okay to be fat.
it's not a
Think about what you
moral
just said.
thing.
Yeah, it's not a moral decision, man. You know.
I mean, like that always drove me nuts because I'm like, my doctor cares about my health. When my
Skinny
doctor
is a
brings up
status
my
thing.
weight,
Exactly. Exactly.
yeah, it's like my doctor cares about my health. And when my doctor brings up my weight, I don't think I'm being fat shamed. But if somebody shouts out the car window, which people have done this shit to me,
Oh God.
hey fatty, lose some weight or some shit like that. I'm not thinking that you're worried that I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Yeah.
It's like the health thing, yeah, it's a conversation worth having. We need to talk about obesity. We're not talking about the obesity when you're insulting someone's appearance. Or we're not,
No.
or you're talking
No.
about being a dick, and health is just an excuse. It's so lame.
Yeah. Because here's the other thing. Everybody's got their own natural weight.
Yeah.
You know, like this is the weight you are if you're just having like an average diet.
Yep.
You know, now what makes America so bad? I'll tell you.
We don't have an average diet.
Well, we put sugar and corn syrup in everything.
Yep.
We
And
put
it's
sugar and corn
delicious.
syrup in things that don't need to have them. You know, like I I always knew this was a problem, but being diabetic and looking at everything that has added sugar into it's sometimes a what? Wait, there's added sugar in orange juice?
Yep.
How much? That's a lot. Like, that's a lot of added sugar. Couldn't, why isn't it just, you know, orange
Oh,
juice? And it
Disney
turns
and
out there's this fucking reason. And it's so stupid. Do you know one of the reasons why they're constantly like adding more sugar and then adding in other artificial sweeteners to things that already have sugar or corn syrup in them? It's so they can hold on to a patent.
that doesn't surprise me.
That's the reason.
Well, yeah, the sugar and everything thing blows my mind because it's like Disney apparently got into a thing with McDonald's because McDonald's wanted to put a thing there, and it might not have been Disney, but it was one of the theme parks, and they were trying to decrease the amount of sugar. There's sugar in French fries?
Yes.
That's the weirdest thing.
Yes.
Why is there sugar in my
Sugar and
French
French
fries?
fries and tater tots, and you're like, what? Why?
Listen, I'm not eating French fries because I'm thinking about my heart, but I was thinking about my heart when I poured the salt on, not when I was.
Yeah, it's in everything, including things that don't fucking need it. The sugar content of a McDonald's hamburger. The fuck? You're like, wait, they add sugar to this shit? Bread. You know how much sugar is added to bread? It's nuts. You're like, wait, but when I cook bread at home, I don't use that much.
The
You
grand
use,
irony is that's why the bread you cook at home always tastes better.
yeah, yeah. Like, I, you shouldn't look at half a loaf of bread and go like, is there more sugar in that or a Coke? Like
I know,
that
right?
shouldn't be a question, but it is. It is. You have to actually like look. And here's the other here's the other fucked up thing. There are some breads that have more sugar than candy, than a serving of candy. And you're like, what?
Why? And it's like I get it with certain like if you get like special breads, like if you get potato bread, I'm expecting to find out that it's got a decent amount of all kinds of shit I shouldn't be
Yeah,
eating.
yeah, yeah. It's gonna
But
have a
if
little
it's
more
like just
carbohydrate
wheat
in it.
bread,
Yeah. Well, wheat bread don't have as much, but like certain white breads do. And you're like, what? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Do we need to be doing it? And then you look at like the nutritional value of foods in like say the United Kingdom, and you're like, no, apparently we don't. We just do. You know, like if you go to England and you talk about like the added sugar in apple juice, they're gonna look at you like you got 5 heads. Like what added sugar? You're like,
yeah,
yeah,
but
they
that's why no one
because
likes their food. Kidding.
yeah. But yeah, when you look at the nutritional information of the food that they get, that's from the same company. You're like, wait, it's not here. It's not. They don't have added sugar here. They still have like, you know, the natural carbohydrates and all that shit, but they don't have just added sugar. What? So that's what made me go, what? Why are we looking into this? And that's how I discovered it's so that they can hold on to a patent in the United States specifically,
They
because
have the
you can't
dumbest law.
patent recipes in every country.
Oh,
That's
gee.
considered ridiculous. Not in America.
There's a reason why it's considered ridiculous in other countries.
Yeah, because it is ridiculous. It's the Joker trying to copyright fish. You're like, you can't do that. You know, like that makes no sense. You know, and that's why America has the diabetes and the obesity epidemic that it has. There's
Right.
too much sugar in everything.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, and yeah, another thing is, oh, another thing is fat free. Fuck that. Fat free has the most sugar.
That doesn't surprise
It's
me.
got the most sugar, you know, but it's
It's like
always why they're looking for like that magical artificial sweetener, right? You know, as opposed to, hey, I got an idea. How about we just use a lot less of it?
yeah.
You know, I think that'll be doing people a way more good. Like, hey, when they film My 600-Pound Life, what country they in?
Yeah.
You know, it ain't France. You know, I'll tell you that. It ain't China. You know, it's America. You know, good God, and it's all because of what's allowed to be in the food. You know, it's very upsetting. It's very
See,
upsetting.
see, that's what drives me crazy about like the food conspiracy theories, like, the GMO shit and all, what's in our food, the genetically modified and the, scorpion DNA and all that shit. And I'm like, that's not the problem. Like, even if that were like it, I was a kid when that moral panic started. I'm like, I remember there being some basis for it. It was just proven wrong. It was like the vaccine debate.
Yeah,
And it's like, that's not the problem, folks. The problem is we put fucking sugar in it. Get back to the basics.
yeah, exactly. It's, well, how to put it? That's that's the way it is. Wait, Mountain Dew has a cooking channel? Please tell me.
Mountain Dew has a cooking channel?
Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Oh, thank God.
Oh, is it just somebody that goes by the name Mountain Dew or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I was like, no. Oh man, you know what? I should let you go.
All
I
right.
should let you go. It's past midnight here. That means it's ancient o'clock where you are.
It is like
And
24.
yeah. And I've been online. Whoa, man, we go 4 hours. Damn.
That explains why I have to pee anyway.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
all right. So until next time, I want to thank everybody for coming down. I especially want to thank Joe Care, you, Town Eccentric, and excuse me, hold on. And Razorvine. Problem with eating online. Let's go get an extra Hail Satan for all of them. Make sure, hit the like button if you want. And I will see y'all next time. So until then, Ave Satanas Disco Inferno. And remember, Satan and I love you all very much.